Chapter 1. The Hidden Legacy. Hermione Granger had always been different, though she would not understand just how different until much later. At 11 years old, she possessed the peculiar combination of unshakable confidence in books and complete bewilderment about herself. She could recite the periodic table backwards, explain photosynthesis in excruciating detail, and had read more novels than most adults, yet she could not explain why street lamps flickered when she walked beneath them, or why her mother's favorite teacup had mended itself after she accidentally knocked it from the kitchen counter. The morning everything changed began like any other. Hermione sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor, surrounded by towers of books that threatened to topple if she breathed too heavily. She was researching, always researching, this time delving into a thick volume about medieval European history that she'd borrowed from the local university library. Her parents thought it was odd for a child to request such advanced reading material, but the librarians had grown accustomed to the serious-faced girl who spoke to them with the careful politeness of someone much older. "Hermione, breakfast!" her mother called from downstairs. "Just a moment," Hermione replied, though she made no move to close the book. She was absorbed in a passage about ancient protective charms and rituals, the kind of thing that historians dismissed as superstition, but that made something deep in her chest flutter with recognition. The words seemed to shimmer on the page, not literally. She wasn't completely mad, but in a way that made her feel like she was remembering rather than learning. A sharp crack from downstairs made her jump. It sounded like something breaking. Hermione marked her place with a careful bookmark and padded downstairs in her slippers. She found her mother standing in the kitchen, staring at the coffee maker with a bewildered expression. The glass carafe lay in pieces on the floor, but the coffee inside had somehow landed in perfect puddles that formed an almost decorative pattern across the linoleum. "I don't understand," Mrs. Granger murmured. "I barely touched it." Hermione felt that familiar flutter in her chest, the one that accompanied all the strange incidents. She knelt and began carefully collecting the glass shards, noting how they seemed unusually warm against her fingers. As she worked, she could have sworn she heard a woman's voice, soft and distant, whispering words she couldn't quite catch. "Leave that, sweetheart," her mother said. "You'll cut yourself." But as Hermione's fingers closed around the largest shard, something remarkable happened. The glass began to grow warm, then hot, and suddenly it was flowing like liquid mercury, reshaping itself. Within moments, the carafe was whole again, sitting in her palms as if nothing had happened. Mrs. Granger sat down heavily in the nearest chair. "Hermione." "I don't know how I did that," Hermione said quickly, which was true. She had no idea how she did any of it. The street lamps, the teacup, the flowers in the garden that bloomed out of season whenever she was particularly upset. She only knew that it felt as natural as breathing and as mysterious as dreaming. Her father chose that moment to wander into the kitchen, already dressed for his dental practice, reading the morning paper. He paused when he noticed the tension in the room. "Everything all right?" Mrs. Granger and Hermione exchanged a look. They had developed an unspoken agreement over the past few months not to worry him with what they privately called the incidents. Mr. Granger was a practical man who believed in things that could be measured and explained. His daughter's increasingly frequent brushes with the impossible would only cause him distress. "Just clumsy with the coffee maker," Mrs. Granger said with forced lightness. "Nothing that can't be fixed." Hermione set the restored carafe on the counter and began preparing breakfast with the methodical precision that characterized everything she did. As she buttered toast and poured orange juice, she found herself humming a melody she didn't recognize, something hauntingly beautiful and somehow familiar. Her mother noticed and tilted her head with curiosity. "Where did you learn that song?" Hermione paused, butter knife halfway to the toast. I'm not sure. I must have heard it somewhere. But that wasn't quite right. The melody felt like something she'd always known, something that lived in her bones rather than her memory. The morning continued with the ordinary rhythm of a middle-class family preparing for their day. Her father left for his practice with a kiss on her mother's cheek and a pat on Hermione's head. Her mother bustled about, collecting files for her own dental practice, and Hermione returned to her books, though she found herself unusually distracted. She kept thinking about the coffee maker, about the warmth that had spread through her hands, about the voice she thought she'd heard. Most troubling of all, she kept thinking about her dreams. For weeks now, she'd been having the most vivid dreams about a woman with long red hair and kind green eyes. The woman never spoke directly to Hermione in these dreams, but she could be seen performing what looked like complex rituals, speaking in a language Hermione didn't recognize, but somehow understood. The woman would trace intricate patterns in the air with her hands, and golden light would follow her movements like trails of starlight. The strange thing was, these dreams didn't feel like dreams at all. They felt like memories. Hermione shook her head and tried to focus on her medieval history book, but the words seemed to blur together. Instead, she found herself thinking about protection. The book had mentioned ancient maternal protective charms, powerful magic that could be woven into a child's very essence through sacrifice and love. The historians wrote about it as if it were merely folklore, but something in Hermione's chest responded to those words with painful recognition. She closed the book and went to her bedroom window, looking out at the quiet suburban street where she'd lived her entire life. Everything looked perfectly normal. Neat houses with well-maintained gardens, neighbors walking their dogs, children playing on bicycles. It was the sort of life her parents had worked hard to provide, safe and predictable and thoroughly ordinary. So why did she feel like she was waiting for something? The feeling had been growing stronger over the past month, a sense of anticipation mixed with dread, as if some great change were approaching, whether she wanted it or not. Sometimes she would catch herself looking toward the horizon, as if expecting to see something there. Other times she would wake from her dreams with the absolute certainty that someone was calling her name, though the house remained silent, except for her parents' quiet breathing in their room down the hall. Hermione pulled on proper clothes and decided to walk to the local library. Movement always helped when her thoughts became too tangled to sort through. As she descended the stairs, she called out, "Mum, I'm going to the library." "Be careful," came the automatic reply from the kitchen, followed by the sound of papers rustling. Her mother was preparing for a day of appointments, probably grateful for a few hours of normalcy after the morning's incident. The walk to the library took 20 minutes through tree-lined streets that Hermione had traveled countless times. She loved the predictability of the route, the way she could let her mind wander while her feet followed the familiar path. Today, however, something was different. As she walked, she became increasingly aware that she was not alone. Not in any threatening way. She saw no one following her, heard no suspicious sounds. Instead, she had the peculiar sensation of being gently watched over, as if some benevolent presence were ensuring her safety. When a car took a corner too fast and nearly ran into her path, she found herself stepping backward before she'd even registered the danger. When a loose tree branch began to fall as she passed beneath it, she simply wasn't there anymore, having moved aside with perfect timing. By the time she reached the library, Hermione was thoroughly unsettled. She made her way to her favorite section, ancient history and mythology, and settled into a comfortable chair with a stack of books about protective magic throughout the ages. The first book discussed Roman household gods and their protective functions. Interesting, but not what she was looking for. The second covered Celtic traditions of blessing children. Closer, but still not right. It wasn't until she opened the third book, a dusty volume about sacrificial magic in ancient Britain, that she found what she was seeking without knowing she'd been seeking it. The chapter on maternal protection magic made her hands tremble as she read. It described rituals performed by mothers who knew they faced death, complex magic that could be woven around a child to protect them far beyond the mother's own lifetime. The protection could be extended to include others who would become important to the child's future, though such extensions required profound sacrifice and incredible magical knowledge. Most remarkably, the text continued. Such protections could lay dormant for years before manifesting, waiting for the precise conditions that would activate them. The protected individual might experience unusual luck, inexplicable recoveries from injury, or immunity to certain forms of harm, often without understanding the source of their protection. Hermione's heart began to race. She read the passage 3 times, each word resonating with something deep inside her. This was what had been happening to her. The incidents, the strange dreams, the feeling of being watched over. It all fit. But who would have placed such protection on her? Her parents were ordinary people, loving but entirely non-magical. She had no family history of anything even remotely supernatural. The idea that she might be protected by some ancient magical ritual was absurd. Yet as she sat in the library, surrounded by books and bathed in afternoon sunlight, Hermione found she believed it completely. She spent the rest of the afternoon researching everything she could find about protective magic, taking careful notes in her neat handwriting. The more she read, the more certain she became that something extraordinary had been done for her benefit. Someone, somewhere, had loved her enough to weave powerful magic around her life. The question was who? As evening approached and the library prepared to close, Hermione gathered her books and notes. Walking home, she was so absorbed in her thoughts that she nearly didn't notice when the streetlights began to respond to her presence, flickering to life as she approached and dimming after she passed. It was a phenomenon that had been happening for months, but tonight it felt different. Tonight it felt like acknowledgement. She paused beneath one particular lamp, looking up at the warm golden light. For just a moment, she could have sworn she saw a face in the glow, the face of the red-haired woman from her dreams, smiling down at her with infinite tenderness. "Hermione," the woman seemed to say, though no sound reached her ears. "My brave, brilliant girl." Hermione blinked, and the face was gone. Just ordinary electric light in an ordinary street lamp, but the warmth remained, spreading through her chest like the memory of a hug. When she reached home, her parents were setting the table for dinner. They looked up as she entered, noting her flushed cheeks and bright eyes. "Good day at the library, sweetheart?" her father asked. "Yes," Hermione replied, hanging up her jacket. "I learned a lot." Her mother studied her face with the particular attention mothers pay to their children when something seems different. "Are you all right? You look different," her father finished. "Like you've figured something out." Hermione considered how to answer. She could hardly explain that she'd spent the day researching magical protection rituals and was now convinced that some powerful witch had woven ancient spells around her life. They would think she'd been reading too much fantasy. "I've been thinking about families," she said finally, which was true enough. "About how people can love you even before they know you properly. About how that love can change things." Her parents exchanged one of their married couple looks, the kind that conveyed entire conversations in a glance. "That's very wise," her mother said softly. "Love does change things, sometimes in ways we can't even understand." They sat down to dinner, and the conversation moved to ordinary topics: her father's patients, her mother's schedule, plans for the weekend. But underneath the normalcy, Hermione sensed that her parents understood something was shifting. They watched her with the careful attention of people bracing for change. That night, as she prepared for bed, Hermione found herself standing at her bedroom window, looking out at the quiet street. The feeling of anticipation was stronger than ever, as if tomorrow might bring the answers she'd been unconsciously seeking. She climbed into bed with the ancient history book she'd borrowed, intending to read a bit more about protective magic. But as soon as her head touched the pillow, exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she drifted into sleep with the book still open on her chest. The dream that came was the most vivid yet. She found herself in what looked like a cozy living room, warm firelight dancing across comfortable furniture. The red-haired woman was there, but this time she was not alone. A man with unruly dark hair and glasses stood beside her, and together they were performing the most beautiful magic Hermione had ever imagined. The woman, somehow Hermione knew her name was Lily, though no one had told her so, was weaving golden threads of light through the air. Each thread pulsed with power and purpose, and as they moved, they seemed to be seeking something, or someone. "She'll need protection," Lily was saying, her voice clear and urgent. "Not just Harry. The girl who will stand beside him, who will be his strength when the darkness comes. I can see her so clearly, James. She'll love him like a brother, and he'll need that love to survive what's coming." The man, James, her mind supplied, nodded gravely. "The ritual will take everything you have left." "I know," Lily replied, her hands never pausing in their intricate movements. "But they'll both need it. The protection I can give Harry will keep his body safe, but his heart will break without her friendship. And she'll face dangers too, James. Terrible dangers. She'll need to be protected just as much as he will." Hermione watched in fascination as Lily's magic reached across impossible distances, golden threads spinning out into the world. Some of the threads wrapped around a small dark-haired boy who was sleeping in a crib, but others reached further, searching for someone who had not yet been born, but who would somehow become essential to that boy's survival. One of those golden threads found Hermione. She gasped as the light touched her, warm and perfect, and filled with such love that it made her chest ache. The protection settled into her like coming home, weaving itself into her very essence. She understood, with dream logic certainty, that this was why she was different. This was why street lamps flickered and teacups mended themselves, and she sometimes heard whispered voices in ancient languages. Lily Potter, for now she knew that was the woman's name, had died to protect not just her son, but the girl who would someday love him like family. "Sleep well, brave one," Lily whispered across the years, her hand seeming to brush Hermione's forehead, despite the impossibility of it. "Tomorrow your real life begins." Hermione woke with tears on her cheeks and sunlight streaming through her bedroom window. For a moment she lay still, trying to hold on to the dream's perfect clarity, but already the details were beginning to fade, the way dreams do when daylight intrudes. What remained was a bone-deep certainty that everything was about to change. She sat up, pushing curls out of her face, and noticed something that made her heart skip. Beside her pillow, where no letter had been when she went to sleep, lay an envelope addressed to her in emerald green ink. "Miss H. Granger, the smallest bedroom 42, Heathergate, Crawley, West Sussex." Hermione's hands shook as she picked up the letter. The paper was thick and yellowed, like parchment, and the envelope was sealed with wax. She ran her fingers over the unfamiliar crest pressed into the seal. A lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. She knew, even before she opened it, that this letter would explain everything. With careful fingers, she broke the seal and unfolded the letter inside. The same emerald ink spelled out words that made her entire world suddenly make sense. Hogwarts School, of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Miss Granger, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Hermione read the letter 3 times, each pass making her smile wider. Witchcraft and wizardry. Magic was real, and she was invited to learn it. Everything that had been happening to her, the protection she'd felt, the strange incidents, the dreams of Lily Potter, it was all connected to this magical world she'd never known existed. She hugged the letter to her chest and thought about the woman in her dreams, the mother who had woven protection around not just her own son, but a girl she'd never met. Lily Potter had known, somehow, that Hermione would be important to her son's future. The protection would ensure they found each other, that they became the friends and allies they were meant to be. As Hermione sat in her bedroom, holding her Hogwarts letter and feeling golden warmth spread through her chest, she whispered a thank you to a woman who had died 11 years ago to save 2 children she loved. Tomorrow she would tell her parents about the letter, and her life would begin its transformation from ordinary to extraordinary. But for now, she simply sat in the morning light and marveled at the beautiful complexity of love that could reach across death itself to keep its promises. The protection that surrounded her hummed with contentment, recognizing that its purpose was beginning to unfold. Soon, very soon, she would meet the dark-haired boy from her dreams, and Lily Potter's sacrifice would finally bear its intended fruit. Hermione Granger was ready for her real life to begin. Chapter 2. Bonds Forged in Darkness. The Hogwarts Express had been everything Hermione expected, and nothing like she'd imagined. She had prepared extensively for this moment, read Hogwarts, a history 3 times, memorized several first-year textbooks, and practiced wand movements she'd found described in theoretical texts. What she hadn't prepared for was the overwhelming reality of being surrounded by actual magic, performed by actual magical people who treated it all as perfectly ordinary. She sat in her compartment, attempting to appear calm while internally cataloguing every incredible thing she'd witnessed since stepping onto platform 9 3/4. The platform itself, hidden behind what appeared to be solid brick until you simply walked through it. The train that somehow accommodated hundreds of students despite appearing no larger than an ordinary locomotive from the outside. The casual levitation charms performed by older students, the chocolate frog that had actually hopped away when she'd opened its package. Most remarkable of all, though, was the way everything felt familiar. Not familiar in the way of recognition, but familiar in the way of coming home. The magical energy that permeated everything seemed to welcome her, as if it had been waiting for her to arrive. Hermione was deep in thought about this phenomenon when her compartment door slid open. A boy with messy black hair and glasses peered in nervously. Sorry," he said. "Everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit?" She looked up at him and felt the strangest sensation, like a key turning in a lock she hadn't known existed. This was Harry Potter. She recognized him immediately from the description in Famous Witches and Wizards of the 20th Century, complete with the lightning bolt scar partially hidden by his untidy fringe. But beyond the recognition was something else, something that made her chest warm with golden light. "Of course," she said, moving her books to make room. "I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter," he replied, settling into the seat across from her. He glanced at the impressive stack of textbooks surrounding her. "Bit of light reading?" Hermione felt heat rise to her cheeks. "I wanted to be prepared. I've never done magic before. Well, not intentionally. And I thought, if I could just understand the theory." She trailed off, recognizing that she was about to launch into one of her nervous rambles. But Harry didn't look annoyed or overwhelmed. Instead, he nodded with understanding. "Must be brilliant, though, getting to learn about all this for the first time. I only found out I was a wizard a month ago." "You didn't know?" Hermione's academic mind immediately began cataloguing the implications. "But you're Harry Potter. Everyone knows about you." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "Yeah, well, the people who raised me aren't exactly fond of magic. They told me my parents died in a car crash." There was pain in his voice, carefully controlled, but unmistakable. Hermione felt an unexpected surge of protective anger toward these relatives who had lied to him about something so fundamental. Without thinking, she reached across the space between them and touched his hand briefly. The moment their skin made contact, something extraordinary happened. Golden light flared between them, visible for just an instant before fading. Both children gasped and pulled back, staring at each other with wide eyes. "Did you see that?" Harry whispered. "The light," Hermione breathed. "It was like sunshine." They sat in stunned silence for a moment, the air between them still humming with residual energy. Hermione's mind raced through every magical theory she'd read, but nothing had mentioned spontaneous light manifestations between wizards meeting for the first time. "Has that ever happened to you before?" she asked quietly. Harry shook his head. "Never." "You?" "No, but—" Hermione hesitated, then decided to trust him with the truth. "Strange things have been happening to me all summer. Well, strange things have always happened, but they got stronger after I got my Hogwarts letter." She told him about the protection she'd felt, the dreams of the red-haired woman, the research she'd done about maternal protective magic. As she spoke, she watched Harry's expression shift from confusion to wonder, to something that looked like recognition. "The woman in your dreams," he said when she finished. "Red hair, green eyes." "Yes." Hermione's heart began to race. "How did you—" "That's my mum," Harry said softly. "Lily Potter." The words hung between them, heavy with implication. Hermione felt that golden warmth spread through her chest again, stronger now, accompanied by flashes of images that weren't quite memories. A cozy living room, urgent voices discussing protection, magical threads spinning out into the world, seeking someone who would become essential to a dark-haired boy's survival. "She protected me too," Hermione whispered, the certainty settling into her bones. "Your mother's magic. It reached me somehow." Harry stared at her with an expression of amazement and something that might have been relief. "So we're connected?" "It would seem so." Hermione felt a smile tugging at her lips, despite the magnitude of what they were discussing. "I suppose that means we're meant to be friends." "I'd like that," Harry said, and his answering smile was brilliant. The rest of the train journey passed in a blur of conversation. They talked about everything: Harry's life with the Dursleys, Hermione's research into magical theory, their nervousness about starting at Hogwarts, their excitement at finally belonging somewhere. The more they talked, the stronger the sense of rightness became. This was why she'd felt like she was waiting for something. She'd been waiting for him. When the train finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, they stayed together through the boat crossing and the walk to the castle. Hermione found herself paying as much attention to Harry's reactions as to the incredible sights around them. When he gasped at his first sight of Hogwarts rising from the lake, she felt his wonder as if it were her own. When she exclaimed over the floating candles in the great hall, his delight in her enthusiasm was almost tangible. The Sorting Hat song filled her with anticipation rather than nervousness. Whatever house she was placed in, she had the feeling everything would work out as it was meant to. "Granger, Hermione." She walked to the front of the hall on slightly unsteady legs, hyper-aware of hundreds of eyes watching her. Professor McGonagall placed the ancient hat on her head, and immediately she was no longer in the great hall. She found herself in a space that felt like the inside of someone's mind, warm and ancient and infinitely wise. A voice spoke, not aloud but directly into her consciousness. "Ah," the hat said with obvious interest. "How very fascinating. You carry old magic, child. Very old, very powerful, and not your own." "My friend Harry's mother," Hermione thought back. "She protected us both." Indeed she did. Lily Potter was always clever. But this— The hat paused, and Hermione could feel it examining the magical protections woven around her. Remarkable. She foresaw the connection you would share with her son. The magic recognizes him as kin, and you as his chosen sister. Hermione's heart swelled with warmth at those words. "Now then," the hat continued, "where to place you? You have the courage for Gryffindor, certainly, the loyalty for Hufflepuff, the ambition for Slytherin, though it's focused on knowledge rather than power, and oh, the cleverness for Ravenclaw." "Where will I do the most good?" Hermione asked. Where will I be able to help Harry?" The hat chuckled. "Spoken like a true Gryffindor. Very well then, Gryffindor." The hat was lifted from her head, and she found herself blinking in the bright light of the great hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, and she walked toward it on trembling legs, her heart soaring. She was home. When Harry's name was called a few minutes later, she held her breath. The hat deliberated for what felt like hours before finally shouting, "Gryffindor!" Harry's relief was palpable as he stumbled toward the Gryffindor table, collapsing into the seat beside her, with a grateful smile. "Together, then," he said quietly. "Together," she agreed. The first few weeks at Hogwarts passed in a whirlwind of new experiences. Hermione threw herself into her studies with characteristic intensity, but for the first time in her life, learning wasn't a solitary pursuit. Harry proved to be a dedicated study partner, and their late nights in the library became a cherished routine. It was during one of these sessions that they first encountered real danger. They had been researching defensive spells. Hermione insisted that any wizard worth the name should understand protection magic, when Professor Quirrell burst into the library looking wild-eyed and frantic. "Oh, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter," he stammered, wringing his hands. "How fortunate to find you here. I wonder if you might. That is, I seem to have lost my way, and I thought perhaps—" Hermione felt a chill run down her spine. Something about Quirrell's manner was wrong, though she couldn't immediately identify what. Beside her, Harry had gone very still, his hand unconsciously moving toward his wand. "Of course, Professor," Hermione said carefully. "Where are you trying to go?" Quirrell's eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "I was hoping to examine some books in the restricted section. Research for my lessons, you understand. But I seem to have forgotten the proper procedure." As he spoke, he moved closer to them, and Hermione felt the temperature in the library seem to drop. The protective warmth she'd grown accustomed to feeling around Harry suddenly blazed to life, but this time it felt defensive rather than comfortable. "Perhaps you should speak with Madame Pince," Harry said, standing slowly. His voice was steady, but Hermione could sense the tension in him. "Yes," Quirrell replied, but he didn't move away. Instead, he reached toward Hermione as if to touch her shoulder. "Actually, Miss Granger, if you would just—" The moment his fingers made contact with her robes, everything changed. Golden light exploded around them, so bright that several students at nearby tables cried out and shielded their eyes. Quirrell screamed and stumbled backward, clutching his hand to his chest. But Hermione barely noticed his reaction, because she was somewhere else entirely. She was in a living room lit by firelight, watching a woman with long red hair, weaving protective spells with desperate urgency. But this time, she wasn't just observing. She could feel Lily Potter's thoughts, her fierce determination, her love that was strong enough to reshape the very fabric of magic itself. "Not just Harry," Lily was saying, her hands moving in complex patterns. "The girl who will stand beside him. I can see her so clearly, James. She'll be brilliant and brave and loyal, and she'll love him like a sister. They'll need each other." James Potter stood beside his wife, his own magic feeding into the ritual. "The cost, Lily. This will take everything you have left." "I know," Lily replied without hesitation. "But they'll both face such darkness, James. They'll need all the protection we can give them. Promise me. Promise me that if something happens to us, someone will make sure they find each other." "I promise," James whispered, his voice breaking. The vision shattered as Harry grabbed her shoulders, shaking her gently. "Hermione, Hermione, are you all right?" She blinked, finding herself back in the library. Quirrell was gone. She could hear his footsteps echoing rapidly down a corridor. Several students were staring at them, and she could see Madame Pince approaching with a concerned expression. "What happened?" Harry asked urgently. You were here, but not here. And the light?" "Your mother," Hermione whispered, her voice shaking. "I saw her, Harry. I saw the night she created the protection. She knew about me. She knew we'd need each other." Harry's eyes widened. The protection activated when Quirrell touched you. Before she could answer, Professor McGonagall appeared at their table, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. My office. Now." They followed her in silence through the corridors, Hermione's mind racing. The vision had felt completely real, more like a recovered memory than a dream. And the way Quirrell had reacted to the protective magic, it was as if he'd been burned. McGonagall's office was cozy and warm, filled with the scent of parchment and ink. She gestured for them to sit, then settled behind her desk with a thoughtful expression. "Would you care to explain what just occurred in the library?" she asked. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. How much should they reveal? How much would she believe? Professor Quirrell seemed strange, Harry said carefully. When he touched Hermione, there was some kind of magical reaction. "I see." McGonagall's sharp eyes moved between them. "And this magical reaction, did it remind you of anything, Mr. Potter?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. It felt like protection magic, but stronger than anything I've ever felt before. McGonagall nodded slowly. "And you, Miss Granger? What did you experience?" Hermione took a deep breath. "I had a vision, Professor, of Harry's mother. She was performing some kind of protection ritual, and she mentioned me." The silence that followed was heavy with implication. McGonagall steepled her fingers and regarded them both with an expression that suggested she was weighing her words carefully. "There are things," she said finally, "that are not my secrets to tell. But I will say this. You would do well to trust your instincts about Professor Quirrell. Both of you." "Professor," Hermione said hesitantly, "is it possible for protection magic to extend beyond its original target? To include someone who wasn't even born when it was cast?" McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "What makes you ask such a question, Miss Granger?" "I've been having dreams about Mrs. Potter since before I even knew I was magical," Hermione admitted, "and strange things have been happening to me for years. I feel like she's watching over me too, somehow. And you, Mr. Potter? Have you noticed anything unusual about Miss Granger's presence?" Harry nodded slowly. "She feels safe. Not just safe to be around, but like being near her makes me safer too. And when we're working together, magic feels easier somehow." McGonagall was quiet for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she stood and moved to a cabinet filled with books, pulling out a slim volume bound in deep blue leather. "This," she said, returning to her desk, "is a text on magical bonds and their manifestations. I suggest you both read it carefully, and I suggest you stay together whenever possible. The protection you carry, Miss Granger, whatever its source, appears to be genuine and powerful. Professor Quirrell's reaction confirms that." She paused, meeting each of their eyes in turn. "But be aware that such protection often comes at a price, and that price is usually paid by someone who loved you very much." They left McGonagall's office in thoughtful silence, the book tucked carefully under Hermione's arm. As they walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry spoke quietly. "Do you really think my mum somehow included you in her protection?" Hermione considered the question carefully. "I think your mother was extraordinarily powerful and extraordinarily clever. And I think she loved you enough to ensure you'd never have to face the darkness alone." Harry stopped walking and turned to face her. "I'm glad she chose you." The simple sincerity in his voice made Hermione's throat tight with emotion. "I'm glad too." They spent the rest of the evening in the common room, poring over McGonagall's book. The section on maternal protection magic was fascinating and terrifying in equal measure. According to the text, such spells could indeed be extended beyond their primary target, but only through immense sacrifice and with the deep certainty that the additional person would be crucial to the primary target's survival. "Listen to this," Hermione said, reading aloud. In rare cases, maternal protection magic has been documented to create sympathetic bonds between the primary beneficiary and secondary recipients. These bonds may manifest as enhanced magical resonance, shared defensive capabilities, or intuitive understanding between the connected individuals. "That's us," Harry said with certainty. "The light when we first touched, the way magic feels easier when we're together, even the way I knew I could trust you the moment I saw you." Hermione nodded. "And the protection activating when Quirrell tried to harm me. It recognized him as a threat to both of us." They talked late into the night, sharing theories and questions, but mostly just marveling at the extraordinary gift they'd been given. Not just magical protection, but a bond that would ensure they'd never have to face their challenges alone. As the common room gradually emptied and the fire burned low, Hermione felt a profound sense of gratitude toward Lily Potter. The woman had died when Hermione was barely a year old, but she had still found a way to give her the most precious gift imaginable. A friend who would understand her completely, who would stand beside her no matter what darkness they faced. "We should probably get some sleep," Harry said finally, though he made no move to leave his comfortable chair. "Probably," Hermione agreed, equally reluctant to end this perfect evening of discovery and connection. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the flames dance in the fireplace. Outside, Hogwarts settled into its ancient rhythms, and somewhere in the distance, Hermione was certain she could feel a presence watching over them both, approving, protective, and infinitely loving. In his office high in the castle, Albus Dumbledore set down his quill and regarded the parchment before him with troubled eyes. His notes from the evening made for sobering reading. "The protection has activated in Miss Granger's presence. The magical resonance between her and young Harry is unmistakable. They are connected by bonds far deeper than mere friendship. Quirrell's reaction confirms my suspicions about both the strength of Lily's extended protection and the identity of our defense against the dark arts teacher. The children are beginning to understand what lies between them. This was inevitable, but sooner than I had hoped. They will have questions, and they will begin seeking answers. How long before they discover the full extent of what Lily did for them? How long before they realize what I have kept hidden? I must be more careful. The protection is powerful, but it is also noticeable to those who know how to look. Severus has already begun asking questions about Miss Granger's unusual magical signature. If the ministry were to learn of Lily's ritual, but perhaps it is better this way. Let them discover their connection naturally. Let them understand the strength they carry together. They will need it for what is coming." Dumbledore folded the parchment and locked it in his desk drawer with several dozen others like it. Outside his window, the grounds of Hogwarts lay peaceful under starlight, but he could feel the stirrings of something dark and hungry growing stronger each day. Lily Potter had been wise to ensure her son would not face that darkness alone. Now he could only hope that her gift would be enough to see them both through the trials ahead. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry lay awake staring at the ceiling, his mind too full for sleep. Everything felt different now that he understood the connection between himself and Hermione. Not just different, better, complete. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he wasn't thinking about his past or worrying about his future. He was simply grateful to be exactly where he was, with exactly the friend he'd been meant to have. Down the corridor, in the girls' dormitory, Hermione was equally wakeful. She thought about Lily Potter's sacrifice, about the love that had been strong enough to reach across years to protect a child she'd never met. She thought about the bond she shared with Harry, about the challenges they'd faced together, about the light that flared between them whenever they truly needed each other. Most of all, she thought about how perfectly right it all felt. She closed her eyes and whispered a thank you to the woman who had made it all possible. Somewhere in the space between sleeping and waking, she could have sworn she heard Lily's voice, warm and loving and proud. "Sleep well, brave one. You're exactly where you belong." And for the first time in her life, Hermione knew with absolute certainty that she was. Chapter 3. Secrets in the Shadows. October 31st, 1981. Godric's Hollow. The cottage was small and warm, filled with the golden light of late autumn afternoon, filtering through lace curtains. Lily Potter moved through her home with the careful deliberation of someone who knew these might be her last hours within its walls. Her hand shook as she gathered the components for the ritual she had spent months researching. Candles made from beeswax, harvested during a lunar eclipse, salt blessed by 3 generations of witches, and silver threads spun from moonlight itself. James sat in the nursery with Harry, his voice soft as he sang lullabies to their son. They had agreed that he would remain with Harry while she performed the working, both to keep the baby calm and to channel his strength into her magic when the time came. The protection she was attempting had never been done before. Not on this scale, not with such specificity. "Are you certain about this, Lily?" James called softly from the other room. "The ritual. It will take everything you have left." Lily closed her eyes, her hands stilling on the silver threads. She had seen it so clearly in her divination work. Harry grown to 11 years old, standing on a train platform beside a girl with bushy hair and the brightest eyes Lily had ever seen. The girl would love him like a sister, would stand between him and danger without hesitation, would be the anchor that kept him from drowning in the darkness that surrounded his destiny. But the vision had shown her more than that. The girl would face her own dangers, would need protection just as much as Harry did. Without it, she would fall before she could save him. With it, they would save each other. "I'm certain," Lily replied, beginning to arrange the candles in the complex pattern she had memorized. "She'll be born within the year, James, the girl who will stand beside our son. I can see her so clearly, brilliant and brave and utterly devoted to protecting the people she loves. But the darkness will come for her too." She began to light the candles, each flame flickering to life with unusual intensity. The magic in the room responded to her intentions, thickening the air until it felt heavy with possibility. "Her name will be Hermione," Lily continued, her voice taking on the distant quality that meant she was seeing beyond the present moment. "She'll be born to muggles who will love her dearly, but won't understand what she is. She'll grow up feeling different, knowing she doesn't quite belong in the world they've given her. But she'll belong with Harry." James appeared in the doorway, Harry sleeping peacefully in his arms. "And the protection will find her, even born to muggles?" Lily nodded, beginning to trace silver patterns in the air. Where her fingers moved, the moonlight threads followed, creating a web of protective intent that shimmered with power. "Magic calls to magic, James. The Dagworth Granger line has been dormant for generations. But it still exists. The protection will follow that bloodline until it finds her." She paused in her weaving, turning to face her husband and son with tears shining in her eyes. "Promise me something, James. Promise me that if we don't survive this night, you'll make sure someone watches over her. Someone who understands what she is, what she means to Harry's future. Don't let them grow up strangers to each other." "I promise," James said solemnly. "But Lily, surely Dumbledore will know." "Dumbledore will know what the protection is," Lily interrupted, her voice hardening slightly. "But I'm not certain he'll understand what it means. He sees the big picture, James, but sometimes he forgets that the big picture is made up of individual lives, individual hearts." She returned to her weaving, the silver threads growing more complex with each pass of her hands. The magic was building now, pulling power from her life force, from her love for Harry, from her absolute certainty that what she was doing was necessary. "The ritual will bind them," she continued, her voice growing softer as the magic drained her strength. "Not romantically, that's not their path, but as true companions, as two halves of a whole. Where one goes, the other will follow. When one is in danger, the other will know. They'll be stronger together than either could be alone. The final pattern was nearly complete. Lily could feel her magic reaching out into the world, seeking the bloodline that would carry her gift. It was there, faint but unmistakable, a young couple named Granger, not yet married, who carried the sleeping remnants of magical heritage in their DNA. Soon, very soon, they would have a daughter, and when they did, Lily's protection would be waiting for her. "It's done," she whispered, the silver threads coalescing into a sphere of pure light that hung between her hands. "The protection is set. When Hermione Granger is born, she'll carry my love just as surely as Harry does." She pressed the sphere of light to her chest, and it dissolved into her skin, becoming part of her very essence. When Voldemort came for them tonight, when her life ended in defense of her son, that protection would activate, not just for Harry, but for the girl who would someday be the most important person in his world. James crossed the room and wrapped his free arm around her, holding both his wife and son close. "She'll know, won't she? Somehow she'll know what you've done for her?" Lily leaned into his embrace, already feeling the drain of the magic she'd woven. "She'll dream of me," she said with quiet certainty. "Until the day they meet, she'll dream of me. And when the time comes, when she needs to understand what connects them, she'll remember." Outside, darkness was falling over Godric's Hollow. Soon, too soon, they would hear the front gate opening, would know that their time had come to an end. But Lily felt peace settling over her like a warm blanket. She had done everything she could to protect her son's future. Whatever happened next, Harry would not face it alone. Present day. Hogwarts. School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office in the early hours of morning, watching the first rays of sunlight paint the Scottish Highlands in shades of gold and amber. The letter lay open on his desk before him, its edges yellowed with age, the ink faded but still legible. He had read it hundreds of times over the past 10 years, but it never failed to make his chest tight with guilt and admiration in equal measure. "My dear Albus, if you are reading this, then James and I are gone, and Harry is safe in your care. I pray that the protection I have woven around him will be enough to see him through the dark times ahead. But I know that even the strongest magic cannot shield a child from every harm, especially not the harm that comes from loneliness. I have done something that you may find difficult to understand or approve of. The protection I cast tonight extended beyond Harry to include another child, a girl who will be born within the year, to Richard and Jane Granger. Her name will be Hermione, and she will become the most important person in Harry's world." I know what you're thinking. How can I be so certain about a child who hasn't even been born yet? The answer lies in the divination work I've been conducting in secret. I have seen her, Albus. I have seen the woman she will become, the fierce loyalty she will show my son, the sacrifices she will make to keep him safe. More than that, I have seen what happens if she dies young, if she faces the darkness without protection. In those visions, Harry dies too. The girl carries the dormant Dagworth Granger bloodline, distant, nearly forgotten, but magically significant. The protection will lie quiet within her heritage until she comes of age, and then it will manifest as surely as Harry's scar. She will be extraordinary, Albus, brilliant beyond her years, brave beyond reason, and absolutely devoted to fighting injustice wherever she finds it. But she will also be in terrible danger. I have seen her tortured, Albus. I have seen her die in ways that would break your heart. The protection I have given her will keep her alive through trials that would destroy most adult wizards, but only if she and Harry find each other, only if they understand what they mean to each other, only if someone ensures they are not kept apart by circumstance or misunderstanding, that someone must be you. I know your tendency to withhold information in service of what you believe to be the greater good. I know you will want to control how and when they discover their connection. But I beg you, do not let your desire for control override their need for each other. They are stronger together than apart, and they will need every scrap of strength they can find. Watch over her, Albus. Watch over them both. And when the time comes, when they begin to understand what lies between them, do not stand in their way. Love is the most powerful magic we possess, and theirs will be the love of true companions, of souls who recognize each other across the barriers of birth and circumstance. Trust them. Trust the gift I have given them. And please, please do not let them face the darkness alone. With all my love and faith in your wisdom, Lily P.S. I have hidden detailed notes about the protection ritual in a place where you will find them when Harry comes to Hogwarts. The magic is complex, and you will need to understand it fully to guide them safely. Look for the silver box behind the histories of Hogwarts founders. The key is in my wedding ring, which I have ensured will come to you. Dumbledore folded the letter with hands that trembled slightly and returned it to the locked drawer where he kept his most precious and dangerous secrets. 10 years of watching Hermione Granger from a distance, 10 years of seeing Lily's predictions come true with startling accuracy. The girl was indeed extraordinary. Her academic achievements were unprecedented for someone her age. But more than that, she possessed an intuitive understanding of magic that reminded him painfully of her mother. No, not her mother. Of the woman whose protection she carried. The woman who had loved her sight unseen and sacrificed everything to keep her safe. A soft knock at his office door interrupted his brooding. "Come," he called, recognizing the sharp, efficient rhythm that could only belong to Minerva McGonagall. She entered with her usual brisk manner, but he could see the concern in her eyes. "Albus, we need to discuss Miss Granger." "Ah." Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from his desk. "I wondered when this conversation would find us." McGonagall settled herself with the precise movements of someone who had something important to say and intended to say it clearly. The incident in the library was not the first, was it? The unusual, magical manifestations around that girl, they've been happening since she arrived. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied carefully. "Have you observed something specific?" "I've observed that she appears to be protected by magic far beyond anything she could have cast herself," McGonagall said sharply. "I've observed that she and Harry Potter share some form of magical resonance that I have never seen between two students, and I've observed that you don't seem surprised by any of it." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, weighing his options. Minerva was one of the few people he trusted completely, but Lily's letter had been very clear about the dangers of too many people knowing the truth. "What would you say," he asked finally, "if I told you that Miss Granger carries protection magic that was cast before she was born?" McGonagall's eyebrows rose. "I would say that such magic requires tremendous sacrifice and perfect certainty about the future. I would also say that whoever cast it must have loved her very much." Indeed they did. "Lily Potter," McGonagall said with sudden understanding. "Of course, the girl carries Lily's protection just as Harry does." Dumbledore nodded slowly. Lily foresaw the importance of their friendship. She ensured that they would both survive to find each other. "And you've kept this secret for 10 years. It wasn't a question." "I have done what I believed was best," Dumbledore replied, but even to his own ears the words sounded hollow. McGonagall leaned forward, her expression intense. "Albus, that girl has the right to know what she carries. They both do. The magical resonance between them is only growing stronger, and soon it will be impossible to hide. Other people are beginning to notice." "What other people?" "Severus, for one," McGonagall said grimly. "He's been asking questions about Miss Granger's magical signature. He says it reminds him of something he can't quite place, but he's determined to figure out what it is." Dumbledore felt a chill run through him. If Severus began investigating Hermione's magical heritage in earnest, it wouldn't take him long to connect it to Lily's protection magic. And if Severus knew, then others might discover it as well. What does Severus suspect? He suspects that she's not entirely what she appears to be, McGonagall replied. He's noticed that her spell work is unusually powerful for someone with no magical heritage, and he's begun researching her family background. This was troubling news. Dumbledore had hoped to guide Harry and Hermione's discovery of their connection at his own pace, revealing only what was necessary, when it became necessary. But if external forces were pushing the timeline forward— "I will speak with Severus," he said finally. "Will you?" McGonagall asked pointedly. "Or will you simply redirect his curiosity, as you've been doing with everyone else who's noticed the anomalies around that girl?" Dumbledore sighed, suddenly feeling every one of his 111 years. "Minerva, you must understand. The knowledge of what Lily did, of the connection between Harry and Miss Granger, is dangerous. If Tom were to learn of it, he would understand exactly why his attempts to harm either of them keep failing," McGonagall finished. "Albus, you cannot protect them by keeping them ignorant of their own strength." Before Dumbledore could respond, another knock echoed through the office. This time the rhythm was measured and deliberate. Severus Snape. "Enter," Dumbledore called, noting the way McGonagall's expression tightened. Severus swept into the room with his usual dramatic flair, but there was something different about his demeanor, a sharpness that spoke of discovery. "Headmaster," he said, inclining his head slightly. "Professor McGonagall." His dark eyes fixed on Dumbledore with uncomfortable intensity. "I've come about the Granger girl." "Oh?" Dumbledore kept his voice carefully neutral. "Her magical signature is familiar," Severus continued, moving to stand before the desk with the controlled grace of a predator. "It took me some time to place it, but I finally remembered where I'd encountered that particular resonance before." McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged glances. This was exactly what they'd both been dreading. "Indeed," Dumbledore said. "Lily's protection magic," Severus said bluntly. "The girl carries the same magical signature that Potter bore as an infant before he learned to control it. The same resonance I could sense around Lily herself when she was working complex protective spells." The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Severus looked between them, his expression growing darker as he realized the significance of their lack of surprise. "You knew," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "You've known all along." "Severus," Dumbledore began. "How?" Severus interrupted, his composure cracking slightly. "How does that girl carry Lily's protection? She was born to Muggles. She has no connection to the Potter family. Unless—" His eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. "Unless Lily extended the protection beyond Potter. Unless she somehow included the Granger girl in the original ritual." "That would be a remarkable feat of magic," Dumbledore said carefully. "Remarkable enough that you've spent 10 years keeping it secret," Severus replied coldly. "What else haven't you told me, Dumbledore? What other manipulations are you orchestrating?" McGonagall shifted uncomfortably in her chair. "Severus, surely you understand the need for discretion." "Do I?" Severus turned his attention to her, his dark eyes blazing. "I've spent 10 years mourning Lily. 10 years believing that her sacrifice was limited to her son. Now I discover that she found a way to extend her protection to another child. A child who will clearly be essential to Potter's survival. And I'm not told?" He turned back to Dumbledore, his hands clenched at his sides. "I have a right to know about anything connected to Lily's magic. I have a right to understand what she did, why she did it, and how it affects the children under my care." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, studying Severus's face. The younger man's anger was justified, but beneath it was something else, pain and perhaps hope. "Very well," Dumbledore said finally. "But what I tell you Mustn't leave this room. He moved to his desk and withdrew Lily's letter, placing it carefully on the surface where both McGonagall and Severus could see it. "Lily left this for me," he said quietly. "She explains everything, the ritual, the reason for it, the connection between Harry and Miss Granger." Severus stepped forward and began to read, his expression shifting from anger to amazement to something that might have been grief. When he finished, he sank into the chair beside McGonagall, looking stunned. "She saw the future," he said softly. "She saw what the girl would mean to Potter, and she protected her accordingly." "Yes. And you've kept this secret for 10 years while watching them discover their connection naturally." "I believed it was best." "Best for whom?" Severus interrupted, his voice sharp again. "Best for Potter and Granger, who are growing up ignorant of the gift they've been given? Best for those of us who care about them, who could better protect them if we understood what we were protecting? Or best for your need to control every aspect of this war?" The accusation hit closer to home than Dumbledore cared to admit. "I have done what I believed would keep them safe." "Have you?" McGonagall asked quietly. "Albus, if we understand Miss Granger's protection, we can help her understand it too. We can teach her to use it effectively, to recognize when it's activating and why. Keeping her ignorant doesn't protect her. It makes her vulnerable." Severus nodded grimly. "The girl is researching her own family history. Did you know that? She's begun asking questions about magical bloodlines and inherited protection. How long before she pieces together the truth on her own?" Dumbledore felt a familiar sensation, the feeling of carefully laid plans beginning to unravel. "What sort of questions?" "She's been spending time in the restricted section," McGonagall said. "She has a legitimate research pass for a project on magical genealogy, but her focus has been unusually specific. Ancient bloodlines, dormant magical heritage, the ways magic can skip generations. And the books respond to her," Severus added darkly. "I've seen it myself. Texts that normally require advanced magical ability to access open themselves for her touch. She's not just carrying Lily's protection, she's channeling it." This was worse than Dumbledore had feared. If Hermione was unconsciously accessing the power of Lily's protection, if the magic was responding to her research by revealing its own secrets, "We need to guide her discovery," he said finally. "If she's going to uncover the truth anyway, it's better that she learns it from us than from potentially dangerous sources." "Finally," McGonagall said with satisfaction. "A sensible approach. But carefully," Dumbledore continued, raising a warning hand. "Miss Granger is brilliant, but she's also 11 years old. The full implications of what Lily did, the sacrifice involved, the reasons for it, must be revealed gradually." Severus stood, his expression thoughtful. "I'll monitor her research. If she gets close to anything truly dangerous, I'll redirect her attention. And I'll ensure she has proper guidance in understanding magical heritage," McGonagall added. "The girl deserves to know where she comes from." Dumbledore nodded, though part of him still resisted the idea of accelerating the timeline. "Very well. But remember, the fewer people who know the full truth, the safer Harry and Miss Granger will be." As his colleagues prepared to leave, Severus paused at the door. "Dumbledore," he said quietly. "The girl, she's remarkable. Not just because of Lily's protection, but because of who she is. Lily chose well." After they left, Dumbledore sat alone in his office, staring at Lily's letter. The plan he'd carefully constructed, revealing the truth gradually, maintaining control over how and when the children learned about their connection, was crumbling. Too many people were asking questions. Too many magical anomalies were becoming impossible to explain away. Perhaps it was time to let Harry and Hermione discover their bond more fully. Perhaps Lily had been right about trusting them with the truth. He moved to the cabinet behind his desk and withdrew a small silver box, ornate and ancient-looking. Inside were Lily's detailed notes about the protection ritual, along with her wedding ring, the key she'd promised would unlock deeper understanding. For 10 years he'd kept these secrets locked away. But if Hermione was already researching her magical heritage, if the protection was responding to her touch, Dumbledore made a decision. Tomorrow, he would place certain books where Hermione would find them, books that would guide her research in safer directions while still allowing her to discover pieces of the truth. It was time to trust in Lily's wisdom, time to let the children's bond develop as it was meant to. But first, there was one more secret to secure. He gathered several sheets of parchment from his desk, his own observations about Harry and Hermione's connection, notes about the protection's manifestations, correspondence with other professors about the magical anomalies. These records were detailed enough that they could be dangerous in the wrong hands. With practiced movements, he fed the parchment to the flames in his fireplace. The evidence of his surveillance, his careful cataloguing of their bond's development, turned to ash and smoke. If anyone came looking for proof of what he'd known and when he'd known it, they would find nothing. The children deserved to discover their connection without the weight of his manipulation shadowing their every step. Lily's gift to them should feel like exactly that, a gift, not another burden placed on their young shoulders by adults who claimed to know what was best. As the last of the parchment crumbled to ash, Dumbledore made a silent promise to Lily Potter. He would trust her children to find their own way. He would guide them when they asked for guidance, protect them when they needed protection. But he would no longer try to control their destiny. The bond between Harry and Hermione was too precious, too powerful, to be managed by anyone other than themselves. Meanwhile, in the restricted section, Hermione ran her fingers along the spine of yet another ancient text, marveling at the way the leather seemed to warm under her touch. She'd been researching magical bloodlines for weeks now, following a trail of references and cross-references that seemed to lead always back to the same conclusion. She was not quite the muggle-born witch everyone believed her to be. The Dagworth-Granger connection had been the first real clue. A mention in magical genealogies of Britain of a squib named Hector Dagworth-Granger, who had married a muggle woman in the 17th century. Their descendants had scattered across England, the magical heritage growing dormant, but never quite disappearing. "Fascinating, isn't it?" a soft voice said behind her. "How magic finds a way to preserve itself, even across centuries of dormancy." Hermione turned to find Professor Dumbledore standing among the shadowy stacks, his blue eyes twinkling with what might have been approval. "Professor," she said, closing the book she'd been examining, "I didn't hear you come in." "I have a talent for moving quietly when the occasion calls for it," he replied, moving closer to examine the titles she'd been studying. "Researching your family history, I see." "Yes, sir." Hermione felt heat rise in her cheeks. "I hope that's acceptable. Madam Pince said I could use the restricted section for academic purposes." "Indeed she did, and your research is entirely legitimate," Dumbledore assured her. "Tell me, what have you discovered?" Hermione hesitated, unsure how much she should reveal. Her research had led her to some startling conclusions, but they seemed too incredible to be true. "I think," she said carefully, "that I'm not as muggle-born as everyone believes. The Dagworth-Granger line, it's mentioned in several genealogical texts, and there are references to unusual magical phenomena associated with the bloodline, even when it appeared to be dormant. Such as protective magic," Hermione said quietly. "The Dagworth-Grangers were known for their ability to weave protective spells that could last for generations. Magic that could lie dormant in a bloodline until it was needed, then manifest with extraordinary power." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "And you believe this heritage might explain some of the unusual experiences you've had?" "I think it might explain all of them," Hermione said with growing confidence. "The incidents at home before Hogwarts, the way certain spells seem easier for me than they should be, even the connection I feel with Harry. If I carry dormant protective magic, and if his mother's sacrifice created a similar type of protection around him. She trailed off, suddenly aware that she was theorizing about magic far beyond her supposed understanding. Go on, Dumbledore encouraged gently. I think we're connected, she said in a rush. Not just as friends, but magically. I think there's something about the protection we both carry that makes us compatible, stronger together. That would be a remarkable conclusion for a first-year student to reach, Dumbledore said, but his tone was warm rather than critical. I know it sounds impossible, Hermione said quickly, but the evidence keeps pointing in that direction, and Harry feels it too, Professor. We both do. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, studying her face with those piercing blue eyes. Miss Granger, he said finally, what would you say if I told you that your conclusions are not only possible but correct? Hermione's heart skipped a beat. I would say that I need to understand more about the protection, about the connection, about what it means for both of us. Indeed you do. Dumbledore moved to a particular shelf and withdrew a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather. This might be helpful to your continued research. It contains detailed information about magical bonds and their various manifestations. Hermione accepted the book with trembling hands. Thank you, Professor. One word of caution, Dumbledore added, his expression growing serious. The magic you're researching is both powerful and precious. It was created through tremendous sacrifice by someone who loved you very much, though she never had the chance to meet you. Please treat that gift with the reverence it deserves. I will, Hermione promised, clutching the book to her chest. Professor, will you help me understand? Will you help both of us understand? When you're ready for answers, Dumbledore said gently, you'll find me willing to provide them. But some discoveries are best made together, Miss Granger. Some truths are meant to be shared. He turned to leave, then paused. You might find it beneficial to include Mr. Potter in your research. After all, if you're correct about your connection, he may have insights that complement your own. As the headmaster's footsteps faded into the distance, Hermione opened the blue leather book and began to read. The knowledge she sought was finally within reach, and she intended to understand every aspect of the gift she'd been given. Somewhere in the castle, she could feel Harry's presence like a warm glow in her chest. Soon, very soon, they would piece together the full truth of what bound them together. And when they did, they would face whatever came next as they were meant to, as partners, as true companions, as two halves of something that was stronger, whole, than either could be alone. The protection that surrounded them both hummed with satisfaction. The truth was finally beginning to emerge, and with it, the promise of everything Lily Potter had died to ensure. They would find each other completely. They would understand their bond, and they would be strong enough, together, to face whatever darkness awaited them. Chapter 4. Questions Without Answers. The beginning of second year felt different from the moment Harry and Hermione stepped off the Hogwarts Express. There was a tension in the air, a sense of unease that seemed to permeate the ancient stones of the castle itself. Students whispered in corridors, their voices carrying undertones of fear that hadn't been there the previous year. Hermione felt it most acutely in the library, her sanctuary from the growing anxiety that gripped the school. She had claimed her usual table in the far corner, surrounded by stacks of books that had grown higher and more specialized as her research into magical heritage deepened. The blue leather volume Dumbledore had given her lay open beside newer acquisitions, texts on ancient bloodlines, protective magic, and the intricate ways power could flow between magically connected individuals. You're going to strain your eyes reading in this light, Harry said, settling into the chair across from her with his own collection of books. Defense against the dark arts texts mostly, supplemented by anything he could find about the history of Hogwarts and its hidden secrets. The light is perfectly adequate, Hermione replied automatically, though she did look up from the page she'd been studying. The sight of him always brought that familiar golden warmth to her chest, stronger now that they both understood what it meant. Besides, I think I'm finally making progress. She gestured to the parchment covered in her neat handwriting, filled with cross-references and family trees that traced the Dagworth Granger line through centuries of English history. The protective magic associated with my bloodline, it's not just theoretical anymore. I can feel it responding to my research, guiding me toward certain sources. Harry leaned forward, intrigued. What kind of sources? Specific texts, particular passages, even individual words that seem to glow when I look at them, Hermione explained, her voice dropping to a whisper despite the library's relative emptiness. It's as if the protection wants me to understand it fully. She opened one of the older texts to a page marked with several pieces of parchment. Look at this passage about maternal protection spells. When I first read it, nothing seemed unusual. But now, Harry watched as she placed her hand flat on the page. Immediately, certain words began to shimmer with golden light. Sacrifice, connection, eternal bond, chosen family. Extraordinary, he breathed. It's responding to you directly. To us, Hermione corrected quietly. Watch what happens when you touch it too. Harry placed his hand beside hers, and the effect intensified dramatically. The golden light spread across the entire page, and new words began to glow. Unity, shared strength, protection through partnership. They sat in amazed silence for a moment, watching the magical display fade back to ordinary ink on parchment. The sensation left them both feeling energized, as if they'd been charged with something indefinable but powerful. We should tell someone, Harry said eventually. Professor McGonagall, or Dumbledore. Not yet, Hermione interrupted, though she wasn't entirely sure why. I want to understand more first. I want to know exactly what we're dealing with before we involve others. Harry nodded, though she could see the worry in his green eyes. The events of their first year had taught them both to be cautious about trusting adults with information that could be used to control or manipulate them. Their research session was interrupted by the arrival of several younger students, looking pale and frightened. Hermione caught fragments of their whispered conversation. Message on the wall. Chamber of Secrets. The heir has returned. What's all this about? Harry asked quietly. Before Hermione could respond, Professor McGonagall's voice echoed through the library, magically amplified to reach every corner. All students are to return to their dormitories immediately. Prefects will escort first and second years. No one is to travel the corridors alone. The atmosphere in the library shifted instantly from studious quiet to barely controlled panic. Students began gathering their belongings hastily, voices rising despite Madame Pince's attempts to maintain order. Hermione quickly packed her research materials, her mind already racing with possibilities. Chamber of Secrets. She'd read references to it in several historical texts, though the information had been frustratingly vague. A hidden chamber within Hogwarts, sealed by one of the founders, containing something dangerous. As they joined the stream of students making their way to Gryffindor Tower, Percy Weasley appeared at their side, his prefect badge glinting in the torchlight. "Stay close," he said tersely, his usual pompous manner replaced by genuine concern. "There's been an incident. Someone's been attacked." The common room was buzzing with activity when they arrived. Students clustered in small groups, sharing rumors and theories about what had happened. Hermione caught bits and pieces as she and Harry found seats by the fire. Mrs. Norris petrified, a message written in blood, warnings about the Chamber of Secrets being opened. "Muggle-borns beware," someone whispered nearby. That's what the message said. Hermione felt Harry tense beside her. She reached over and touched his hand briefly, both of them drawing comfort from the immediate flare of golden warmth that passed between them. "You'll be careful," he said quietly. It wasn't a question. "We both will," she replied firmly. Over the following weeks, As fear settled over Hogwarts like a suffocating blanket, Hermione threw herself into research with unprecedented intensity. If something was targeting Muggle-born students, she needed to understand what it was and how to protect against it. The library became her fortress, and knowledge her weapon. It was during one of these research sessions that she first encountered Tom Riddle's diary. She'd been alone in the library, an increasingly rare occurrence as students began traveling in groups, when she noticed the black leather book sitting on her usual table. It hadn't been there when she'd left for dinner, and no other student had been nearby when she returned. Hermione approached the diary cautiously, her magical senses immediately detecting something unusual about it. The book radiated a subtle wrongness, a coldness that made her skin prickle with unease. Yet she found herself drawn to it, curious about its origins and purpose. Property of Tom Marvolo Riddle was inscribed on the first page in faded ink. As she opened the diary further, blank pages stretched before her, inviting her to write. Without fully understanding why, she found herself reaching for her quill. "Hello," she wrote experimentally. The ink was absorbed into the page immediately, and to her amazement, new words appeared in a different handwriting. "Hello. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" Hermione stared at the page, her academic mind immediately cataloguing the implications. A diary that could respond to questions, that contained some form of preserved consciousness. The magical theory behind such an object was both fascinating and deeply troubling. "I found it in the library," she wrote back. Are you really Tom Riddle? The Tom Riddle who caught the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago?" "I am indeed," came the response. "And you are a Muggle-born student, aren't you? I can sense it about you. You must be terrified, knowing that the monster is hunting students like you." Something cold settled in Hermione's chest. The diary's words felt invasive, probing, as if Tom Riddle were trying to reach into her mind and find her fears. But when she concentrated, she could feel the familiar golden warmth of her protection pushing back against the intrusion. "I'm not afraid," she wrote, surprised by her own honesty. "I'm going to find out what's in the chamber and how to stop it." "Such courage," Tom replied, and she could almost hear amusement in the written words. "Such determination. You remind me of myself at your age. Perhaps I can help you. I have memories, you see. Memories of the last time the chamber was opened." As Tom's words appeared on the page, Hermione felt a strange tugging sensation, as if something were trying to draw her consciousness into the diary itself. The experience was deeply unsettling, like being pulled into dark water. But the moment the tugging began, her protection flared to life with unprecedented intensity. Golden light blazed from her skin, so bright that she had to shield her eyes. The diary in her hands grew burning hot, then ice cold, then seemed to shudder as if in pain. "What are you?" Tom's handwriting appeared frantically across the page. "What is that light? You're not just Muggle-born. There's something else, something powerful." The words cut off abruptly, and the diary went completely still. When Hermione touched her quill to the page again, nothing happened. Whatever consciousness had been speaking to her was gone, or at least no longer accessible. Hermione closed the diary with shaking hands, her heart racing from the encounter. Something about Tom Riddle's preserved consciousness had set off her protection like a magical alarm system. The diary was dangerous, more dangerous than it appeared. She tucked it into her bag, deciding to research its origins before taking any further action. If Tom Riddle had truly been involved in the last opening of the Chamber of Secrets, the diary might hold clues about the current attacks, but she would approach it carefully, with full knowledge of what she was dealing with. Her research into the diary led her through historical records, student rosters, and eventually to a section of the library she'd never explored before. Books dealing with dark, magical artifacts and their detection. It was there, hunched over a text about soul-preserving enchantments, that Professor Lockhart found her. "Miss Granger," he exclaimed with his characteristic theatrical flair, "researching alone in these dangerous times? How admirably brave, though perhaps not entirely wise." Hermione looked up from her book, immediately on guard. There was something in Lockhart's manner that seemed different from his usual empty showmanship, sharper, more calculating. "I'm perfectly safe in the library, Professor," she said carefully. Of course," Lockhart replied, moving closer to her table. "But still, a young lady of your obvious intelligence shouldn't be taking unnecessary risks. Perhaps you'd allow me to escort you back to your dormitory?" "Thank you, but I'm not finished with my research yet," Hermione replied, her hand instinctively moving to her bag where the diary was hidden. Lockhart's smile faltered slightly. "Miss Granger, I really must insist. These are dangerous times, and as a professor, I have a responsibility for your safety." Something in his tone made Hermione's magical senses flare with warning. The golden warmth in her chest intensified, and she could feel her protection stirring to life. "Actually, Professor, I think I'll stay here a bit longer," she said, standing and gathering her books. "Madam Pince is here if I need anything." But Lockhart stepped directly into her path, blocking her route to the main library. "I'm afraid I can't allow that, Miss Granger. You see, I've been observing you, and I believe you may have stumbled upon information that could be problematic." Hermione's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "You're not trying to protect me. You're trying to stop me from discovering something." Lockhart's facade dropped entirely, revealing something cold and desperate beneath. "You're too clever for your own good, girl. All that research into family histories and magical bloodlines. You're getting close to truths that certain people would prefer remained hidden." He drew his wand, pointing it directly at her chest. "I really am sorry about this, Miss Granger, but I can't allow you to continue your investigations. Obliviate!" The spell hit Hermione squarely in the chest, but instead of the expected effect, something extraordinary happened. Golden light erupted from her skin, forming a visible barrier around her body. Lockhart's memory charm struck the barrier and rebounded with tremendous force, sending the professor flying backward into a shelf of books. Hermione stood in the center of a sphere of protective light, completely unharmed and filled with sudden understanding. The protection she carried wasn't just defensive, it was actively intelligent, capable of recognizing threats and responding appropriately. Lockhart lay unconscious among the scattered books, his wand broken in half beside him. Whatever memories he'd intended to steal from her had instead been turned against him, leaving him in the very state he'd tried to impose on her. "Hermione!" She turned to find Harry running toward her, his face pale with panic. The golden light was already fading, but she could see that he'd witnessed at least part of what had happened. "I felt it," he said breathlessly, stopping just short of where she stood. "The protection. It was like a surge of warmth, but urgent. I knew you were in danger." "You felt it?" Hermione stared at him in amazement. "From wherever you were in the castle?" "From the common room," Harry confirmed. "I was doing homework when suddenly I knew, absolutely knew, that you needed help. I've never felt anything like it." They looked down at Lockhart's unconscious form, both understanding that they'd just experienced something far beyond normal magical connection. "We need to get help," Hermione said quietly, "and we need to figure out why Professor Lockhart was trying to obliviate me." When Professor McGonagall arrived with Madame Pomfrey, she took one look at the scene and immediately began asking sharp questions. Hermione told her the truth about Lockhart's attack, though she downplayed the intensity of her protection's response. She also mentioned the diary she'd found, though she kept Tom Riddle's attempted mental intrusion to herself. "Most peculiar," McGonagall murmured, examining the broken wand and scattered books. "Professor Lockhart has no memory of the incident at all. Whatever spell rebounded on him appears to have been quite powerful." As Madame Pumphrey levitated the unconscious professor toward the hospital wing, McGonagall turned her attention to Harry and Hermione. "Mr. Potter, you say you felt Miss Granger was in danger from across the castle?" Harry nodded reluctantly. "Yes, Professor. I can't explain it, but I knew she needed help." McGonagall's expression grew thoughtful. "And Miss Granger, your protection against the obliviation charm. Have you experienced similar defensive responses before?" "A few times," Hermione admitted. "When Professor Quirrell tried to touch me last year, when that strange diary tried to connect with me somehow." "I see." McGonagall was quiet for a moment, clearly weighing her words carefully. "I believe it's time you both had a conversation with the headmaster. There are aspects of your magical connection that require proper guidance." As they made their way to Dumbledore's office, Hermione found herself thinking about the pattern of attacks they'd witnessed. First Quirrell, now Lockhart, both professors, both attempting to harm her in some way, both decisively repelled by her protection. "Harry," she said quietly, as they climbed the spiral staircase, "what if the protection isn't just keeping me safe from random dangers? What if it's specifically designed to protect against people who mean to hurt us?" "You mean like it can sense hostile intent?" "More than that," Hermione said, her voice growing excited despite their circumstances. "What if it can identify specific types of threats? Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. Lockhart was trying to steal memories. Tom Riddle's diary was attempting some kind of mental intrusion. All different methods, but all aimed at harming or controlling us." Harry considered this as they reached the gargoyle statue. "So your protection isn't just a shield, it's like a magical immune system." "Exactly." Hermione felt a thrill of understanding. "And if I'm right, then whoever created this protection knew exactly what kinds of dangers we'd face. They prepared for specific threats." The gargoyle sprang aside at McGonagall's password, revealing the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office. As they climbed, Hermione clutched the diary in her bag, knowing that their conversation with the headmaster would finally begin to reveal the full scope of what they were dealing with. Meanwhile, in the depths of Hogwarts dungeons, Severus Snape sat in his private study, surrounded by books and parchments that hadn't seen daylight in over a decade. Lily's research notes, painstakingly reconstructed from memory and supplemented by his own observations of her magical techniques. The protective magic he'd sensed around Hermione Granger was indeed Lily's work. He was certain of it now, but the complexity of what she'd achieved was staggering. Not only had she extended her protection to include another child, she'd somehow woven it into that child's very bloodline, ensuring it would grow stronger over time rather than fading. A soft knock interrupted his brooding. "Enter," he called, not looking up from the ancient text he'd been studying. "Professor Snape?" He glanced up to find Draco Malfoy standing in the doorway, looking unusually subdued. "What is it, Draco?" "It's about Granger, sir," Draco said hesitantly. "Something strange happened in the library tonight. Lockhart tried to curse her, but the spell rebounded. Potter felt it happen from the common room. Said he knew she was in danger." Snape set down his quill and gave Draco his full attention. "Tell me exactly what you observed." As Draco recounted the evening's events, filtered through the gossip network that operated among the students, Snape felt a growing sense of urgency. The protection around Hermione wasn't just defensive anymore. It was actively communicating with Harry, creating a magical bond that allowed them to sense each other's welfare across great distances. This was beyond anything Lily had described in her notes. The magic was evolving, adapting to the threats the children faced and the strength of their connection to each other. After Draco left, Snape returned to his research with renewed intensity. If the protection was growing stronger, if it was beginning to manifest in ways Lily hadn't anticipated, then he needed to understand its limits and capabilities. The children were facing dangers that required more than accidental magic and stubborn courage. They needed someone who understood exactly what Lily had given them, and how to use it effectively. In Dumbledore's office, The conversation was proceeding much as Hermione had expected. The headmaster listened to their account of the evening's events with careful attention, asking occasional questions, but offering little in the way of explanation. "The diary troubles me most of all," he admitted finally. Tom Riddle was indeed a student here 50 years ago, and he was involved in the last opening of the Chamber of Secrets. That his diary should surface now, when the chamber has been opened again, is deeply concerning. "Professor," Hermione said carefully, "when I tried to write in the diary, it felt like something was trying to pull me into it. Like there was a consciousness inside that wanted to take something from me." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "And your protection prevented this?" "More than prevented it," Harry interjected. "I could see the light from across the room when it happened. It was like her protection recognized the diary as a major threat." "Indeed." Dumbledore moved to his desk and withdrew the blue leather book he'd given Hermione weeks earlier. "I believe your research into magical bonds may be more relevant than you realized, Miss Granger. The connection between you and Mr. Potter appears to be manifesting in increasingly sophisticated ways." He opened the book to a page marked with a silver ribbon. "This section discusses sympathetic magical responses, the way bonded individuals can sense each other's emotional and physical states across great distances. What you experienced tonight suggests your bond has evolved to include protective awareness." Hermione leaned forward eagerly. "So when Harry felt I was in danger, that was the magic recognizing a threat and alerting him?" "It would seem so," Dumbledore confirmed. "Such bonds are extraordinarily rare and indicate a connection forged through powerful magic indeed." "Professor," Harry said quietly, "who created this connection between us? And why?" For a moment, Dumbledore looked older than his years, weariness settling over his features like a heavy cloak. "That, Mr. Potter, is a conversation for another time. For now, I want you both to understand that the protection Miss Granger carries and the bond you share are precious gifts. They were given to you by someone who loved you both deeply and wanted to ensure you would never face darkness alone." He closed the book and handed it back to Hermione. "Continue your research, both of you. Understanding your connection will only make it stronger. But please, exercise caution. The diary, Mr. Riddle's diary, is a dangerous artifact, and I suspect it plays a larger role in the current crisis than we yet realize." As they left the headmaster's office, Hermione found herself more determined than ever to uncover the full truth about her protection and her bond with Harry. The attacks on Muggle-born students, the mysterious diary, Professor Lockhart's attempt to obliviate her, all of it was connected somehow, threads in a larger pattern she was only beginning to perceive. "We'll figure it out," Harry said quietly, as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. "Whatever's happening, whatever we're meant to face together, we'll be ready for it." Hermione nodded, feeling the familiar golden warmth spread through her chest. The protection she carried was more than just a shield. It was a promise, a bond that would ensure she and Harry faced whatever came next as partners, and somehow, despite all the mysteries and dangers surrounding them, that knowledge filled her with hope rather than fear. The magic that connected them had been forged in love and sacrifice, designed to help them find each other and stand together against the darkness. As they climbed through the portrait hole into the warm safety of the common room, Hermione knew with absolute certainty that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would meet them as they were meant to, together, protected by magic more powerful than either of them fully understood, but bound by friendship that grew stronger with each passing day. In his office, Dumbledore sat alone, Tom Riddle's diary open before him on his desk. The artifact pulsed with dark energy, but it was contained now, unable to influence anyone else while under his direct supervision. The fact that Hermione's protection had repelled the diary so decisively confirmed his worst fears about what the object truly contained. Tom Riddle's preserved consciousness, yes. But more than that, a fragment of soul, anchored to the physical world through dark magic, and fed by the life force of others. The diary had tried to drain Hermione's magical energy, to use her power to restore Tom Riddle to physical form. But Lily's protection had recognized the threat instantly and responded with overwhelming force. If he was right about what the diary contained, then the connection between past and present dangers was more direct than anyone realized. The Chamber of Secrets, the attacks on students, Tom Riddle's preserved consciousness, all part of a larger plan that stretched back decades. But Lily had prepared for this too, in her way. She had given Harry and Hermione the tools they would need to face whatever form Tom Riddle's evil might take. Their bond was strong enough to withstand mental intrusion, their protection sophisticated enough to identify and repel soul-based attacks. For the first time in months, Dumbledore allowed himself to feel a measure of hope. The children were ready for what was coming, even if they didn't yet realize it themselves. The magic that bound them would be enough. Chapter 5. The Unraveling Thread. The first time Remus Lupin saw Hermione Granger, he nearly dropped the stack of books he'd been carrying to his new office. It wasn't her appearance that startled him, though she did bear a striking resemblance to Lily at that age, with her quick intelligence and determined expression. It was the magical signature that surrounded her, like an invisible aura, achingly familiar and impossibly powerful. He knew that magic. He had felt it countless times during his school years, had watched Lily Potter weave protective spells with the same distinctive resonance, but Lily had been dead for 12 years, and this girl was supposedly Muggle-born. The contradiction made his head spin, even as his heart ached with recognition. "Professor Lupin?" Hermione's voice brought him back to the present. She was looking at him with concern, her arms full of advanced defense texts that she had no business reading at 13. "Are you all right?" "Quite all right," he managed, though his voice sounded strained even to his own ears. You remind me of someone I knew once, someone very dear to me." Hermione's expression softened with sympathy. "I'm sorry if it's painful. People tell me I look like various relatives, though I've never seen the resemblance myself." "Relatives?" The word hung in the air between them, loaded with implications Lupin wasn't sure he was ready to examine. "Miss Granger, isn't it? I've heard remarkable things about your academic achievements." "Thank you, Professor." She shifted the books in her arms, and Lupin caught another wave of that familiar magical resonance. "I was hoping to ask you about some defensive theory I've been researching. Specifically, protective magic that can extend beyond its original target." Lupin's breath caught. "That's a rather advanced topic for a third-year student." "I know," Hermione said with a slight smile, "but I have reasons for needing to understand it thoroughly. Personal reasons." "Personal reasons." Lupin looked at her more carefully, noting the way the magical signature around her pulsed slightly when she spoke about protection magic. This wasn't academic curiosity. This was a girl who was beginning to understand something profound about herself. "I'd be happy to discuss it with you," he said finally, "though such conversations might be better held in my office, where we can speak privately." As Hermione thanked him and continued down the corridor, Lupin remained frozen in place, his mind racing. The magical signature he'd sensed was definitely Lily's work. He'd recognize it anywhere. But how was it possible for a Muggle-born girl to carry protection magic cast by one of his dearest friends? Unless she wasn't entirely Muggle-born. Unless there was more to Hermione Granger's heritage than anyone realized. The mystery deepened over the following weeks as Lupin observed her in his defense classes. Her magical ability was extraordinary, far beyond what should have been possible for someone with no magical background. More troubling still was the way she seemed to sense danger before it materialized, the way protective spells came to her with startling ease. And then there was her connection to Harry Potter. Lupin had noticed it immediately. The way the two students seemed to share an almost telepathic understanding, the way they could coordinate their movements in dueling practice without speaking, the way they both glowed faintly with the same golden light when working magic together. It reminded him, painfully, of the connection James and Lily had shared in their final years at Hogwarts. Not romantic, that had come later, but the deep magical compatibility that existed between two people whose magic recognized each other as kindred. The pieces began falling into place during the third week of term, when the Dementors arrived. Hogwarts had been placed under the protection of Azkaban's guards, a decision that filled Lupin with dread. He knew better than most what Dementors could do to the human spirit, and he worried particularly about Harry, whose traumatic memories made him especially vulnerable. What he hadn't expected was Hermione's reaction to the dark creatures. The first Dementor attack occurred on the Hogwarts Express, before Lupin could intervene. By all accounts, Harry had collapsed, overwhelmed by the sound of his parents' final moments. But according to several student witnesses, something extraordinary had happened to Hermione. "She didn't collapse at all, Professor," Neville Longbottom told him later, still shaken by the experience. "The Dementor came into our compartment, and Harry started falling, and then Hermione. She started glowing." "Glowing?" Lupin kept his voice carefully neutral. "Golden light all around her," Dean Thomas added. "The Dementor couldn't get near her. Every time it tried, the light got brighter. And when she touched Harry, the light spread to him too. That's what drove the Dementor away, not the Patronus you cast." Lupin felt his suspicions crystallizing into certainty. Protection magic that could repel Dementors, that could be shared through physical contact. That was no ordinary defensive spell. That was ancient magic, woven with tremendous sacrifice and powered by love so pure it was literally toxic to creatures of despair. That was Lily's magic, extended somehow to protect a girl who shouldn't have been able to carry it. He began researching immediately, pulling strings to access restricted materials in the library, corresponding with former colleagues who specialized in protective enchantments. The more he learned, the more impossible it seemed, and the more certain he became that he was right. The breakthrough came when he finally worked up the courage to approach Dumbledore directly. "Headmaster," he said, settling into the chair across from Dumbledore's desk with the familiar weight of important secrets pressing down on him. "I need to discuss Hermione Granger with you." Dumbledore's expression grew carefully neutral. "Oh? What about Miss Granger concerns you?" "She carries Lily's protection," Lupin said bluntly. "I can sense it around her like a magical signature. The same resonance I felt around Lily when she was working complex protective spells." For a long moment, Dumbledore said nothing. Then he sighed, suddenly looking every one of his many years. "You always were perceptive, Remus." "Then it's true." Lupin leaned forward, his heart racing. "Lily somehow extended her protection to include Miss Granger?" "It is true," Dumbledore confirmed quietly, "though the full details are complicated." "I don't care how complicated they are," Lupin said firmly. "Lily was one of my dearest friends, and if she found a way to protect another child through her sacrifice, I have a right to know about it." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then rose and moved to his desk. From a locked drawer, he withdrew a familiar piece of parchment, yellowed with age, covered in Lily's distinctive handwriting. "She left this for me," he said, placing the letter where Lupin could see it. Her explanation for what she had done, and why. Lupin read the letter with growing amazement, tears blurring his vision as Lily's words painted a picture of sacrifice and foresight that took his breath away. She had seen Hermione's future importance to Harry's survival, had woven protection around a girl who hadn't even been born yet. "Extraordinary," he whispered when he finished reading. She knew. Somehow she knew exactly what would be needed. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied. "The question now is what to do with this knowledge." "What do you mean?" Dumbledore reclaimed the letter and returned it to his drawer. Miss Granger is beginning to understand her own heritage, as is Harry. They've been researching their magical connection, and they're asking increasingly sophisticated questions. How long before they discover the truth on their own? And would that be such a terrible thing? Lupin asked. They have a right to know what Lily did for them. Perhaps, Dumbledore said carefully. But with knowledge comes responsibility, and with responsibility comes danger. Before Lupin could respond, a commotion outside the office drew their attention. Through the window, they could see golden light blazing from somewhere near the Whomping Willow, bright enough to be visible even through the evening gloom. "That's coming from the direction of the Shrieking Shack," Lupin said with growing alarm. "And that light, Miss Granger's protection," Dumbledore finished. "Something has triggered a major defensive response." They rushed from the office, but by the time they reached the grounds, the light had faded. Students were streaming out of the castle, drawn by the spectacle, and Lupin could hear fragments of excited conversation. Never seen anything like it. Thought it was a Patronus, but Harry and Hermione were out there. Professor McGonagall appeared at their side, her expression grim. Potter and Granger were involved in some kind of incident near the Whomping Willow. They're in the hospital wing now, along with Black and that rat Pettigrew. Black? Lupin felt his heart sink. The one night he'd forgotten to take his wolfsbane potion, and Sirius had chosen to reveal himself. And Pettigrew? Dumbledore's voice was sharp with interest. Alive, though apparently transformed back from his animagus form, rather violently, McGonagall reported. The children claim he was masquerading as a pet rat, and that Black has been innocent all along. As they made their way to the hospital wing, Lupin's mind raced with the implications. Peter Pettigrew, alive after 12 years in hiding. Sirius innocent of the crimes that had sent him to Azkaban. And in the middle of it all, Harry and Hermione, somehow involved in revelations that would reshape everything they thought they knew about the past. The hospital wing was in controlled chaos when they arrived. Madame Pomfrey was bustling between beds, treating various injuries and shock. Sirius lay unconscious in one bed, looking gaunt and hollow, but no longer carrying the desperate edge of a hunted man. In another bed, a small, balding man cowered under magical restraints. Peter Pettigrew, very much alive despite 12 years of supposed death. Harry and Hermione occupied beds side by side, both looking exhausted, but alert. What caught Lupin's attention immediately was the way they were holding hands across the space between their beds, and the faint golden glow that still surrounded their joined fingers. "Professor Lupin," Hermione said when she saw him. "Are you all right? I know tonight was difficult for you." Lupin felt a stab of guilt. In his concern over the night's revelations, he'd almost forgotten his own transformation, and what it must have meant to the children to witness it. "I'm fine," he said gently. "But are you? Both of you?" "We're fine," Harry replied, though his grip on Hermione's hand tightened. "More than fine, actually. The protection, Hermione's protection, it saved us all tonight." "Tell me what happened," Lupin said, settling into a chair beside their beds. What followed was the most extraordinary tale Lupin had ever heard. Time travel accomplished through a time-turner, multiple timelines converging, and through it all, Hermione's protection growing stronger and more sophisticated with each challenge they faced. "When we used the time-turner," Hermione explained, "something changed. The protection magic. It seemed to recognize that we were existing in multiple time streams simultaneously, and it adapted." "Adapted how?" Dumbledore asked from where he'd been listening quietly. "It became bigger," Harry said, struggling to find the right words. "Not just protecting Hermione, but creating a kind of protective field around both of us. When the Dementors came, when we were trying to save Sirius and Buckbeak, the protection was strong enough to shield all of us." "And Peter?" Lupin asked quietly, glancing toward the restrained man in the nearby bed. "He was terrified," Hermione said with satisfaction. "The moment he saw me, really saw me, He started babbling about Lily's magic and how it was impossible for me to carry it. He recognized the protection, Harry added, which means he knew about it from before, from the night our parents died. Lupin felt the pieces clicking into place with startling clarity. Peter was there that night. He would have seen Lily cast her protection, would have felt its effects when Voldemort's curse rebounded. But he couldn't have known she extended it to me, Hermione said thoughtfully. Unless he witnessed more of the ritual than anyone realized, Dumbledore finished quietly. The implications hung heavy in the air. If Peter Pettigrew had knowledge about the extent of Lily's protection, if he understood the connection between Harry and Hermione, that information would be invaluable to Voldemort should he ever return to power. "We'll need to question him thoroughly," McGonagall said grimly. "Under Veritaserum to ensure he can't lie about what he knows." "Agreed," Dumbledore replied. "But for now, I think our priority should be helping Harry and Miss Granger understand what they experienced tonight." Lupin nodded, his gaze returning to the two students who had just lived through one of the most magically complex nights in Hogwarts history. The Time Turner had amplified Hermione's protection, creating new connections and possibilities that none of them had anticipated. "The protection is evolving," he said with certainty. "What Lily created was powerful, but it was also designed to grow and adapt as needed. Tonight's experiences have pushed it to a new level of sophistication." "What does that mean for us?" Harry asked. "It means you're stronger together than either of you could be alone," Lupin replied. "And it means the bond Lily created between you has the potential to become something extraordinary." As the night wore on and the various crises were resolved, Lupin found himself thinking about Lily's letter and the love that had driven her to such extraordinary lengths to protect two children. One her own son, the other a girl she would never meet, but whose importance she had seen with perfect clarity. The magic she had woven was more sophisticated than any of them had realized. Not just protection, but connection. Not just defense, but the foundation for a partnership that could face any darkness. Over the following days, as Sirius was officially cleared of all charges and Peter Pettigrew was transferred to Azkaban under heavy guard, Lupin had many long conversations with Harry and Hermione about the nature of their bond. Their questions were growing more sophisticated, their understanding deeper with each passing day. "Professor," Hermione said during one of their sessions in his office, "the protection I carry, it's not just from Harry's mother, is it? It's connected to my own magical heritage somehow." Lupin nodded. The Dagworth Granger line has a long history of protective magic. Lily's spell found that heritage and used it as an anchor, ensuring the protection would be compatible with your own magical nature. "So she didn't just extend her protection to me," Hermione continued, working through the logic. "She wove it into my bloodline, making it part of who I am magically." "Precisely." Harry leaned forward in his chair. "And that's why the connection between us feels so natural, because the protection she gave both of us comes from the same source, her love and sacrifice." "That's part of it," Lupin agreed. "But there's something else as well. The magic recognizes you as family. Not blood family, but chosen family. The protection treats you as siblings in all the ways that matter." The golden warmth that had become so familiar flared between them, and Lupin felt his eyes grow damp with unshed tears. Lily would have been so proud to see what her sacrifice had accomplished, not just keeping her children safe, but giving them the unbreakable bond she had known they would need. "There's more, isn't there?" Hermione asked quietly. "More we haven't discovered yet." "I believe so," Lupin replied honestly. "The magic Lily created was designed to adapt and grow as you do. Each challenge you face together, each time you support and protect each other, the bond becomes stronger. And the more we understand it, the more effectively we can use it," Harry added. "Exactly." As the term drew to a close and Lupin prepared to leave Hogwarts, his lycanthropy having been revealed, made his position untenable. He found himself oddly hopeful about the future. Harry and Hermione were discovering the full extent of their connection, and with Sirius free to act as Harry's godfather, the support system Lily had envisioned was finally falling into place. The protection she had woven would continue to evolve, adapting to whatever challenges lay ahead, and the bond between the two children she had loved enough to die for would be strong enough to face whatever darkness the future might bring. During his final conversation with Dumbledore, Lupin made his position clear. "They have the right to know everything," he said firmly. "All of it. Lily's letter, the extent of the protection, the reasons behind her sacrifice. They're not children anymore, Albus. They're young people who have already faced more danger than most adult wizards." "I know," Dumbledore replied quietly, "and I believe you're right. The time for secrecy is drawing to a close." "Good." Lupin gathered his belongings, preparing to leave the office where he'd had so many important conversations over the past year. They deserve to understand the gift they've been given, and they deserve to know how much they were loved, even before they were born. As he made his way to the castle entrance, Lupin encountered Harry and Hermione one final time. They were sitting together in an alcove, books spread around them, the golden glow of their connection, visible even in the afternoon sunlight. "Professor," Hermione called when she saw him. "Are you leaving already?" "I'm afraid so," he replied, setting down his cases. "But I wanted to thank you both. This year has reminded me of some very important truths." "Such as?" Harry asked. "That love is the most powerful magic we possess," Lupin said simply, "and that the bonds forged in love can survive anything, even death itself." He saw understanding dawn in their eyes, the recognition of something profound and enduring. "Your mother would be so proud," he told Harry. "Both of you. The magic she gave you, the connection you share. It's everything she hoped it would be." As he walked away from Hogwarts, for what might be the last time, Lupin carried with him the image of two young people whose destiny was written in golden light and ancient love. Whatever challenges awaited them, they would face them together, protected by magic more powerful than most wizards could even imagine. The bond Lily Potter had forged between them was unbreakable, and that bond would be enough to change the world. Meanwhile, in his cell in Azkaban, Peter Pettigrew sat in darkness, his mind racing with the implications of what he had witnessed. The Granger girl carried Lily's protection, impossible, but undeniably true. And the connection between her and Harry Potter was stronger than even Lily could have anticipated. If his master ever returned to power, this information would be crucial. The protection that had once saved Harry Potter as an infant had evolved into something far more sophisticated, something that could potentially shield both children from any direct attack. But every protection had its weaknesses. Every magical bond had vulnerabilities that could be exploited by those with sufficient knowledge and lack of moral restraint. Peter began planning, storing away every detail he had observed, every nuance of the protection he had witnessed. When the time came, and he was certain it would come, he would be ready to help his master find a way around the magic that had once saved his greatest enemy. The bond between Harry and Hermione might be unbreakable, but that didn't mean it couldn't be turned against them. Love, after all, could be a weapon as easily as a shield, if one knew how to wield it properly. In his madness and desperation, Peter began to smile. The Dark Lord would reward such valuable intelligence very highly indeed. And perhaps, in providing it, Peter could finally earn the redemption he had been seeking for 13 long years. The protection might be powerful, but Peter had something even more dangerous on his side: intimate knowledge of exactly how it worked, and the absolute lack of conscience needed to use that knowledge against two innocent young people who had never done him any harm. The game was far from over. In fact, Peter realized with growing excitement it was only just beginning. Chapter 6. Fragments of Truth. The journal had been hidden behind a false panel in the potions storeroom for 13 years, its location known only to someone with intimate knowledge of Hogwarts' secret places. Severus Snape discovered it entirely by accident while searching for rare ingredients that had gone missing from his private stores, ingredients that suggested someone was brewing polyjuice potion within the castle walls. The silver box was small and unremarkable, easily overlooked among the shelves of preserved specimens and bottled reagents. But when Snape's fingers brushed against its surface, he felt the familiar tingle of recognition magic, a spell designed to respond only to someone Lily Potter had trusted completely. Inside the box, wrapped in silk that still carried the faintest trace of her perfume, was Lily's private journal. Not the official research notes she'd shared with other members of the Order, but her personal thoughts and experiments, the magical innovations she'd kept secret even from James. Snape's hands trembled as he opened the journal, seeing Lily's handwriting for the first time since her death. The early entries were routine, notes about potion modifications, observations about magical theory, complaints about James's untidy habits. But as he read deeper, as the entries progressed toward that fateful October night, the tone changed dramatically. September 15th, 1981. The divination is getting stronger. I can see her so clearly now, the girl who will save Harry when I cannot. She'll be born to muggles, but she carries the old blood. The Dagworth Granger line has been dormant for generations, but the magic is still there, waiting for the right catalyst. I've been researching extension techniques, ways to anchor protection magic in bloodlines that exist only as potential. It's dangerous work, the kind that could drain my life force entirely if I make a mistake. But I have to try. Harry will need her, and she'll need protection just as much as he does. Snape read on, his breath catching as Lily described ritual preparations he'd never imagined possible. Complex ward work that could reach across years to find its intended target. Sacrificial magic that went far beyond what any wizard had attempted in recorded history. October 1st, 1981. The ritual is ready. I've practiced the movements 100 times, memorized every incantation. James thinks I'm just working on standard protection magic for Harry, and I haven't corrected him. He would try to stop me if he knew the full extent of what I'm planning. The girl's name will be Hermione. I've seen it in dreams, written in light across a library wall. She'll be brilliant and brave and absolutely devoted to protecting the people she loves. But she'll also be vulnerable in ways she won't understand until it's almost too late. If I succeed, she'll carry my protection just as Harry does. They'll be connected by more than friendship. They'll be true partners, two halves of something that's stronger whole than either could be alone. The magic will recognize them as family, as chosen siblings bound by love rather than blood. If I fail, Harry dies alone and afraid, and a brilliant girl never lives to reach her potential. There's no choice at all, really. The entries stopped abruptly after October 15th, but they had told Snape everything he needed to know. Lily had indeed extended her protection to include Hermione Granger, but she'd done more than that. She'd woven a bond between the two children that was meant to grow stronger over time, adapting to whatever challenges they faced. And Dumbledore had known, had kept it secret for 13 years while watching the children discover their connection naturally. Snape closed the journal with careful reverence, his mind already racing with implications. He needed to confront Dumbledore, needed answers about why this knowledge had been kept hidden. But first, he needed to understand exactly what Lily had accomplished. The beginning of fourth year brought new complexities to Hogwarts, chief among them the Triwizard Tournament. Snape watched with growing unease as the Goblet of Fire was installed in the Great Hall, its magical flames dancing with ancient power. He knew enough about the tournament's history to understand that it would bring danger, exactly the kind of situation that might trigger unexpected responses from the protection magic he'd been studying. His concerns proved justified almost immediately. On the night the goblet was to select the champions, Snape positioned himself where he could observe both Harry and Hermione clearly. He'd been monitoring them both since discovering Lily's journal, noting the subtle ways their magic interacted, the golden glow that sometimes surrounded them when they were working together. What he witnessed that night exceeded even his expectations. The goblet had already selected Fleur Delacour, Victor Krum, and Cedric Diggory when something unexpected happened. A fourth piece of parchment emerged from the flames, but instead of announcing another champion, it simply burst into flames before anyone could read it. A moment later, a fifth piece followed, Harry Potter's name, written in unfamiliar handwriting. But it was what happened next that made Snape's blood run cold. As the great hall erupted into chaos, as students shouted and professors argued, he saw Hermione reach instinctively for Harry's hand. The moment their fingers touched, golden light blazed around them both, visible to anyone who knew how to look, and in that light, Snape caught a glimpse of another piece of parchment, one that had been consumed by flames before it could be read aloud. Hermione Granger's name, written in the same handwriting as Harry's. Someone had tried to enter both children in the tournament. Someone with enough magical knowledge to fool an ancient artifact like the Goblet of Fire. And Lily's protection had intervened, ensuring that only Harry's name survived to be announced. The implications were staggering. The protection wasn't just defensive, it was actively working to keep the children together, to ensure that they faced their challenges as partners rather than separately. Over the following weeks, as Harry prepared reluctantly for the tournament tasks, Snape observed other manifestations of the protection's evolution. Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, had become oddly fixated on Hermione, following her with his eyes whenever they were in the same room. "There is something about her," Krum confided to Snape during a potions lesson, his heavily accented English unusually hesitant. "Something powerful. Like magic, but not magic. Like old stories my grandmother told, about witches who could protect whole villages with their will alone." Snape filed this information away with growing interest. If Krum could sense the protection magic around Hermione, others might as well, including whoever had tried to manipulate the goblet. His suspicions were confirmed during the first task. Snape had positioned himself in the stands, where he could observe not just Harry's confrontation with the Hungarian horntail, but also Hermione's reaction to watching her closest friend face mortal danger. What he saw made his understanding of Lily's magic shift entirely. As Harry dodged the dragon's flames, as he dove and weaved trying to reach the golden egg, Hermione sat rigid in the stands, her knuckles white where they gripped the wooden rail. And around her, invisible to most observers but blazingly obvious to Snape's trained eye, protective magic was building to unprecedented levels. When the dragon's tail caught Harry across the shoulder, sending him tumbling toward the rocky ground, Hermione half rose from her seat with a cry of distress. Golden light exploded from her, a wave of protective energy that crossed the arena in an instant and surrounded Harry just as he struck the stones. Instead of the bone-breaking impact everyone expected, Harry bounced as if he'd fallen onto a cushioned surface. He rolled to his feet, apparently unharmed despite a fall that should have killed him, and resumed his pursuit of the golden egg. In the stands, Hermione collapsed back into her seat, unconscious from the effort of projecting protection across such a great distance. But the magic had worked. Harry completed the task safely, guided by instincts that weren't entirely his own. That night, as Hermione recovered in the hospital wing, and Harry sat beside her bed looking shaken, Snape finally approached Dumbledore with Lily's journal in hand. "We need to talk," he said, without preamble, entering the headmaster's office and placing the silver box on the desk between them. Dumbledore looked at the box with an expression of weary recognition. "Ah, you found Lily's private research. I found evidence that you've been lying to me for 13 years, Snape replied coldly. "Did you think I would never discover what she really did that night?" "I hoped you might be content with the partial truth," Dumbledore admitted, knowing that Miss Granger carried Lily's protection seemed sufficient. "Sufficient?" Snape's voice rose dangerously. Albus, this journal describes magical workings that shouldn't be possible. Lily didn't just extend her protection to include the Granger girl. She created a bond between them that transcends anything in the historical record. He opened the journal to a page covered with Lily's diagrams and notes. Look at this. Sympathetic magic that allows them to share strength across any distance. Protection that can be projected from one to the other, regardless of physical barriers. They're not just connected. Albus, they're two parts of a single magical entity. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, studying the journal's contents. And what would you have me do with this knowledge, Severus? I would have you stop treating them like ignorant children who can't be trusted with the truth about themselves, Snape snapped. They have a right to understand what Lily gave them. More than that, they need to understand it if they're going to use it effectively. You believe they should be told everything? I believe they should be taught everything, Snape corrected. Potter and Granger are not ordinary students, and they never have been. They carry magic that was forged in sacrifice and tempered by love. That makes them incredibly powerful, and incredibly vulnerable to those who understand how such magic can be manipulated. As if summoned by their conversation, a soft knock echoed through the office. "Come," Dumbledore called, though he looked unsurprised by the interruption. Harry and Hermione entered together, both looking pale but determined. Snape noted immediately that they were holding hands, the golden glow of their connection visible even in the bright light of the office. "Headmaster," Hermione said formally, "we need to know what's happening to us." Indeed, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was wariness beneath his apparent calm. "During the first task," Harry continued, "something happened. When I was falling, when I thought I was going to die, I felt Hermione's magic surrounding me, protecting me, from halfway across the arena. And I felt his fear," Hermione added quietly, "his pain when the dragon's tail hit him. I knew, absolutely knew, that I had to help him, and somehow I found the strength to project the protection across that distance." Snape exchanged a meaningful look with Dumbledore. The children were discovering the extent of their bond on their own, exactly as he'd predicted they would. "Professor Snape has something that belongs to you," Dumbledore said finally, gesturing toward the journal on his desk. Snape picked up the silver box and held it out to them. "This was your mother's, Potter. Her private research notes about the protection magic she created." Harry accepted the box with trembling hands, Hermione leaning close as he opened it. When they saw the journal inside, when they read the first few entries in Lily's familiar handwriting, both children began to cry. "She knew about me," Hermione whispered, touching the page where her own name appeared. "She saw me in divination dreams and chose to protect me too." "She knew you would be essential to Harry's survival," Snape said gently. "And she knew Harry would be essential to yours. The protection she wove ensured that you would find each other and understand your connection when the time was right." They spent the next hour reading through the journal together, Snape and Dumbledore answering questions and explaining the more complex magical theory behind Lily's innovations. As understanding dawned, as they began to grasp the full scope of what had been done for them, both children seemed to grow taller, more confident in their own power. "The bond will continue to strengthen," Snape explained as they prepared to leave. "The more you trust it, the more you rely on each other, the more capable you'll become. But you must be careful. Such power comes with equally great responsibility." "We understand," Harry said seriously. "Do you?" Snape challenged. "Then understand this as well. There are people who would use your connection against you if they knew the full extent of what you share. The person who entered your names in the goblet, for instance. They wanted to separate you, to force Harry to face the tournament tasks alone. But the protection prevented it," Hermione said with dawning understanding. "This time," Snape agreed. "But they will try again, using different methods. You must be vigilant, and you must trust each other completely." As Harry and Hermione left the office, carrying Lily's journal between them like a precious treasure, Snape turned back to Dumbledore with a stern expression. "No more secrets," he said firmly. "They've proven they can handle the truth, and they need to know everything if they're going to survive what's coming." "I agree," Dumbledore replied quietly, "though I suspect they will discover much of it on their own. The bond Lily created has its own intelligence, its own way of revealing what they need to know when they need to know it." The rest of fourth year passed in a blur of tournaments, tasks, growing understanding, and deepening connection between Harry and Hermione. The second task confirmed what Snape had suspected. When Harry was trapped beneath the lake, searching for the hostages, it was Hermione's voice he heard, guiding him to safety, her strength he drew upon when his own began to fail. But it was during the third task that the true extent of their bond was revealed. The maze was designed to separate and disorient, to force each champion to face their fears alone. But when Harry disappeared into the twisted hedgerows, when the crowds fell silent waiting for news, Hermione sat in the stands and experienced everything he experienced. Every wrong turn, every magical creature, every trap and puzzle. She felt it all as if she were there beside him. When he encountered the blast-ended Scroot, she found herself unconsciously casting a shield charm that manifested around him hundreds of yards away. When he faced the boggart that took the form of a Dementor, her Patronus, a bright silver otter, appeared in the maze beside his stag. And when Harry touched the Triwizard Cup, when he was portkeyed to the graveyard where Voldemort waited, Hermione screamed. It was a sound of pure anguish, the cry of someone whose other half had just been torn away from them. Every student in the stands turned to stare as she collapsed, convulsing as if in physical pain. "She's connected to him," McGonagall said urgently, as she and Snape rushed to Hermione's side. "Whatever's happening to Potter, she's experiencing it too." In the graveyard, as Harry faced Voldemort's return, as the Dark Lord's followers gathered around them, he felt Hermione's presence like a golden thread connecting him to home. When Voldemort cast the Cruciatus Curse, Harry's pain was shared across the magical bond, lessened by the division. When the Dark Lord demanded that Harry duel him, Harry drew strength from his connection to the girl who had never stopped believing in him. And when the twin cores of their wands connected, when the ghosts of Voldemort's victims emerged to protect Harry's escape, Lily Potter was among them, not just for her son, but for the daughter she had chosen, the girl whose protection had made this moment possible. Back at Hogwarts, as Harry stumbled out of the maze with Cedric's body and Voldemort's return became undeniable reality, Hermione was waiting for him. She threw herself into his arms, both of them crying, both understanding that the relatively peaceful years of their education were over. They were partners now in the truest sense, bound by magic and love and shared purpose. The protection that had been forged in Lily Potter's sacrifice had evolved into something unprecedented, a connection that would allow them to face whatever darkness lay ahead as equals, as two halves of a force that was greater than the sum of its parts. In his office, Snape updated his private notes about their development with careful precision. The bond was stronger than even Lily had anticipated, more sophisticated and adaptable than any magical connection in recorded history. They would need training, guidance, and careful preparation for the battles ahead. But they would not face those battles alone. The magic Lily Potter had woven ensured that they never could be. They were connected by bonds that transcended death itself, protected by love that had already reshaped the magical world once, and would do so again. The fragments of truth were coming together at last, and the complete picture they revealed was more beautiful and more powerful than anyone had dared to imagine. Meanwhile, in the depths of Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy knelt before his returned master, reporting on the events he had witnessed at Hogwarts. "The Potter boy's connection to the Granger girl is stronger than we anticipated, my lord," he said carefully. "During the tournament, she was able to project protective magic across great distances. When you dueled Potter in the graveyard, observers reported that she experienced his pain as if it were her own." Voldemort's red eyes gleamed with interest. Fascinating. So the protection that saved Potter as an infant has evolved into something more complex. It would seem so, my lord. My sources suggest that Lily Potter somehow extended her sacrifice to include the Granger girl, creating a bond between them. Then we must find a way to exploit that bond, Voldemort said softly. If Potter cares for the girl as much as the magical connection suggests, she becomes a weakness we can target. Love, after all, is the most dangerous vulnerability of all. But what Voldemort didn't understand, what none of his followers understood, was that the bond between Harry and Hermione was not a weakness to be exploited. It was a strength beyond his comprehension, forged in the purest sacrifice and tempered by years of trust and partnership. Lily Potter had not just protected two children with her magic. She had created the foundation for victory over darkness itself, a connection that would prove stronger than fear, more enduring than hate, and more powerful than death. The war was beginning in earnest now, but the side of love had advantages the Dark Lord would never understand until it was far too late. Chapter 7. The Greater Goods Price. The arrival of Dolores Umbridge at Hogwarts marked the beginning of the darkest period in the school's recent history. Her appointment as Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and later as High Inquisitor, brought with it an atmosphere of oppression that seemed to seep into the very stones of the ancient castle. But for Hermione Granger, Umbridge's presence meant something far more dangerous than bureaucratic tyranny. It meant the first direct test of her protection against systematic torture. The trouble began during their very first defense lesson, when Umbridge's saccharine voice had dismissed the return of Voldemort as lies and propaganda. Hermione, unable to remain silent in the face of such willful ignorance, had raised her hand to challenge the obviously false curriculum. "Professor," she said, with carefully controlled politeness, "surely we need to learn actual defensive magic if we're to protect ourselves against dark wizards." Umbridge's smile never wavered, but her eyes went cold. "Miss Granger, isn't it? Tell me, dear, what makes you think you know better than the Ministry of Magic about what students should learn?" "I think," Hermione replied steadily, "that students have the right to an education that will actually keep them alive." The classroom fell silent, every student recognizing the dangerous line that had just been crossed. Umbridge's smile stretched wider, becoming something predatory and cruel. "I see. Well, Miss Granger, since you seem so concerned about your education, I think you should stay after class. We clearly need to discuss proper respect for authority." Harry felt his chest tighten with familiar golden warmth, the protective bond recognizing a threat to Hermione and responding accordingly. He started to object, but Hermione caught his eye and shook her head almost imperceptibly. She wanted to face this alone, to understand what would happen when the protection met deliberate malice. When the classroom emptied, leaving only Hermione and Umbridge facing each other across the suddenly ominous space, the air itself seemed to thicken with tension. "Sit," Umbridge commanded, gesturing to the chair directly in front of her desk. Hermione sat, her spine straight, her hands folded calmly in her lap, despite the way her magical senses were screaming warnings. "Now then," Umbridge continued, settling behind her desk like a toad preparing to strike, "it seems you have some very inappropriate ideas about your place in this classroom. I think we need to correct those ideas." She withdrew a long, thin quill from her desk drawer, black as midnight, and radiating malevolent magic that made Hermione's skin crawl. "You will write lines, Miss Granger, 100 times. I will not question my betters." Hermione recognized the quill immediately from her extensive research into dark artifacts. A blood quill, a device that carved words into the writer's skin using their own blood as ink, leaving permanent scars as a reminder of the punishment. "I don't think so," Hermione said quietly. Umbridge's expression flickered with surprise before settling back into false sweetness. "I'm afraid you don't have a choice, dear. Now take the quill. For a moment, Hermione hesitated. Part of her was curious to see how the protection would respond to this particular form of torture. Another part was simply furious at the injustice of it all. But the largest part, the part that had been growing stronger since she'd learned the truth about Lily's sacrifice, was utterly unafraid. She reached for the quill. The moment her fingers made contact with the dark artifact, golden light exploded through the classroom. Umbridge shrieked and stumbled backward, shielding her eyes as the blood quill burst into flames in Hermione's grip. But Hermione felt no pain. The quill's malevolent magic struck her protection, like water hitting stone, dissipating harmlessly, while the artifact itself was destroyed by the sheer force of Lily's defensive magic. "Impossible," Umbridge whispered, staring at the ashes that had once been her favorite instrument of torture. "Not impossible," Hermione corrected gently, rising from her chair with dignity intact. "Just protected." Over the following weeks, as Umbridge's reign of terror intensified throughout the school, she made repeated attempts to break Hermione's apparent immunity to her punishments. Detention after detention, each one designed to be more cruel than the last. But every blood quill crumbled to ash at Hermione's touch. Every curse intended to cause pain or humiliation simply failed to take hold. The other students began to notice, whispering among themselves about the girl who seemed untouchable by Umbridge's cruelty. Some called it luck, others suspected protective charms, but a few, those with sensitivity to magical auras, began to see something else entirely. Luna Lovegood was the first to speak openly about what she observed. "You're surrounded by golden light," she told Hermione, matter-of-factly, during a quiet moment in the library. "It's quite beautiful, really, like sunlight made into armor." Hermione looked up from her ancient runes homework, studying Luna's dreamy but knowing expression. "You can see it?" "Oh yes," Luna replied, settling into the chair beside her. "I've always been able to see magical auras, though most people think I'm making it up. Yours is particularly lovely, warm and protective and very, very old." "Old?" Hermione's pulse quickened. "Ancient," Luna confirmed. "The kind of magic that gets woven into bloodlines and passed down through generations. Though yours feels like it came from somewhere else, originally. Someone else's love, shared with you." Before Hermione could respond, Harry appeared at their table, looking harried and exhausted. The dark circles under his eyes had been growing deeper each day, and she'd begun to worry about the strange dreams he'd been having. "Harry," she said softly, reaching for his hand. "Are you all right?" The moment their fingers touched, the familiar golden glow flared between them. But this time, Luna gasped audibly. "My word," she breathed, her usually distant expression sharpening with interest. "It's not just around you, Hermione. It connects you, like a golden thread stretching between your hearts." Harry sank into his chair, not releasing Hermione's hand. "I can feel it too, lately, especially when I'm upset or scared. It's like having a piece of home with me always." "That's exactly what it is," Luna said with certainty. "Home made into magic, love made into protection. Someone cared about you both so much that they found a way to ensure you'd never have to face darkness alone." As the conversation continued, none of them noticed the figure observing from behind the stacks, Professor Dumbledore, his expression troubled as he witnessed yet another person becoming aware of the bond he'd worked so hard to keep secret. That evening, Dumbledore made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his days. Harry arrived at his office for their scheduled occlumency lesson, but instead of the usual instruction in mental defense, he found himself subjected to something far more invasive. Dumbledore's consciousness pressed into his mind with unprecedented force, not teaching him to resist mental intrusion, but actively suppressing his growing awareness of his connection to Hermione. "The bond is dangerous," Dumbledore whispered directly into Harry's thoughts. "It makes you vulnerable. You must learn to ignore it, to block it out, for both your sakes." Harry fought against the mental manipulation, but Dumbledore's skill was too great. Slowly, inexorably, his conscious awareness of the golden warmth that connected him to Hermione began to fade, pushed down beneath layers of artificial mental barriers. But the bond itself remained, and it began to recognize Dumbledore's actions as an attack. The backlash was immediate and devastating. Golden light erupted from Harry's unconscious form, sending Dumbledore flying backward into his bookshelf. Throughout the castle, Hermione screamed in sympathetic pain as she felt the intrusion into their shared connection. She arrived at Dumbledore's office to find Harry convulsing on the floor, his scar blazing with pain, while golden light flickered erratically around him. Dumbledore lay stunned among his scattered books, blood trickling from his nose. "What did you do?" Hermione demanded, dropping to her knees beside Harry and taking his hand. The moment she touched him, the golden light stabilized, his convulsions ceased, and his breathing returned to normal. Dumbledore struggled to his feet, his usual composure shattered. "I was trying to protect you both. The connection, it's too strong, too noticeable. It makes you targets." "The connection isn't the danger," Hermione replied coldly. "You are." She helped Harry sit up, noting the way he looked confused and disoriented. The memory suppression had partially worked. He no longer consciously understood what linked them, though the bond itself remained as strong as ever. "You have no right to manipulate our minds," Hermione continued, her voice shaking with fury. "No right to decide what we should or shouldn't remember about ourselves." "I have a responsibility," Dumbledore began. "You have an obsession with control," Hermione interrupted, "and it's going to get us all killed." She helped Harry to his feet, noting how he leaned into her touch, even though he no longer fully understood why her presence brought him such comfort. "Come on," she said gently. "Let's get you to the hospital wing." As they left Dumbledore's office, neither of them saw the headmaster sink into his chair with the weight of his failures pressing down on him. The bond between Harry and Hermione was too strong to be suppressed for long. Already, Harry was beginning to remember fragments of what had been taken from him. Soon, the artificial barriers would crumble entirely, and when they did, the backlash would be even more powerful. The next major test came during the disastrous trip to the Department of Mysteries. Hermione had known it was a trap. The logical part of her mind had catalogued too many inconsistencies in Harry's vision of Sirius being tortured. But she also understood that Harry needed to act, needed to try to save his godfather, even if the attempt led them into danger. What she hadn't anticipated was how the ancient magic within the department would interact with her protection. The Hall of Prophecy was a place where time moved differently, where the boundaries between past and future were thin as gossamer. As they moved through the towering shelves of glowing orbs, Hermione felt the protection magic responding to the temporal distortions around them. And when the Death Eaters revealed themselves, when the battle began in earnest, the protection evolved once again. Antonin Dolohov's curse should have killed her. The purple flame that erupted from his wand was designed to tear apart internal organs, to cause death through massive hemorrhaging. Hermione saw it coming, knew she couldn't dodge in time, and felt a moment of perfect clarity about what was about to happen. The curse struck her squarely in the chest. She felt the magic trying to take hold, trying to fulfill its deadly purpose. But instead of tearing her apart from within, it encountered something immovable, a wall of protective magic so dense and powerful that the killing curse simply dissipated like mist. Hermione staggered but remained standing, completely unharmed, despite taking a direct hit from one of the most dangerous curses in existence. Dolohov stared at her in shock. "Impossible. That curse, it should have killed you instantly." "Apparently not," Hermione replied, raising her wand with steady hands. The battle raged on around them, but Hermione found herself moving with inhuman speed and precision. Every spell cast in her direction either failed to take hold or rebounded harmlessly. When she struck back, her magic was amplified, beyond anything she'd achieved before, powered by the same force that protected her. And when Harry fell, when Voldemort's possession overwhelmed him and he collapsed screaming about killing her, she did the only thing she could think of. She ran to him and wrapped her arms around his convulsing form. The moment she touched him, golden light exploded through the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort's possession, his attempt to use Harry's body to kill the girl whose protection had thwarted him so many times, met the full force of Lily Potter's love made manifest. The Dark Lord was expelled from Harry's mind so violently that several windows shattered throughout the building. Harry collapsed, unconscious but free, while Hermione held him, and felt the ancient magic settling back into its accustomed patterns around them both. When the auras arrived, when the crisis was over and they were finally safe, Hermione looked up to find a dozen witnesses staring at her with expressions of awe and fear. They had all seen the golden light. They had all watched her survive a killing curse and drive the Dark Lord himself from her best friend's mind through the power of her touch alone. Within hours, rumors would be spreading throughout the wizarding world about the girl who carried protection magic beyond anything seen in centuries. But those rumors would never spread far. That night, as Hermione sat in the hospital wing watching over Harry's recovery, she began to notice something disturbing. The auras who had witnessed the confrontation in the atrium were leaving Dumbledore's office with blank, confused expressions. Ministry officials who had seen her protection in action seemed unable to remember exactly what they had witnessed. One by one, every witness to the true extent of her power was having their memories modified. "He's erasing their memories," she realized with growing horror. Sirius, who had been sitting vigil beside Harry's bed, looked up sharply. "Who is?" "Dumbledore," Hermione said quietly. "He's systematically obliviating everyone who saw what happened tonight. Everyone who might spread word about the protection I carry." Sirius's expression darkened. "That bastard. He's been manipulating this situation from the beginning, hasn't he?" Hermione nodded, tears of frustration and anger threatening to spill over. "He suppressed Harry's memories of our connection. He's been hiding the truth about what your friends did for us, keeping us ignorant so he could maintain control." "James and Lily would be furious," Sirius said with certainty. "They trusted him to watch over you both, not to manipulate you for his own purposes." He leaned forward, his expression intense. "Hermione, there are things about that night, about what James and Lily planned, that Dumbledore doesn't know. Things they kept secret even from him." "What things?" Sirius glanced around the hospital wing, ensuring they were truly alone. They knew Dumbledore's tendency to control information, to make decisions for people for their own good. So they made contingency plans, hidden safeguards that would activate if he tried to interfere with what they'd set in motion. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, intricately carved wooden box. "James gave me this the night before they went into hiding. Said it was for you, specifically. Insurance in case the old man got too clever for his own good." Hermione accepted the box with trembling hands. The moment she touched it, she felt a familiar warmth, not the golden glow of her protection, but something equally comforting. The love of a father for his son's chosen sister. Inside the box was a single piece of parchment, covered in James Potter's untidy handwriting. "My dear Hermione, if you're reading this, then several things have happened. You've discovered the truth about what Lily did for you. You've begun to understand the bond you share with Harry, and someone, probably Albus, is trying to control that bond for purposes you don't fully understand. Lily and I discussed this possibility at length. We love Albus dearly, but we know his weaknesses as well as his strengths. His need to manage every aspect of the war, to make decisions for others without their consent, is one of those weaknesses. So we built safeguards into the magic Lily wove, protections against manipulation that even she didn't fully understand at the time. If anyone tries to suppress your bond, to modify your memories of each other, or to use your connection for purposes you haven't agreed to, those safeguards will activate. The bond between you and Harry isn't just protective magic. It's a partnership, equal, consensual, and unbreakable by outside force. No one else has the right to control it. no matter how good their intentions. Trust yourselves, trust each other, and don't let anyone, not even those who claim to love you, decide your fate for you. With all our love, James and Lily Potter. P.S. The memory modifications Albus is performing won't hold. The bond has its own intelligence, and it doesn't like being hidden. By tomorrow morning, everyone he's obliviated tonight will remember exactly what they saw, and they'll be very curious about why someone tried to make them forget. Hermione read the letter twice, her heart swelling with gratitude for parents she'd never known, but who had loved her enough to anticipate this exact situation. "They planned for everything," she whispered. "They planned for Dumbledore," Sirius corrected grimly, "because they knew that loving someone and respecting their autonomy are two different things." As if summoned by their conversation, Dumbledore appeared in the doorway of the hospital wing. His usual twinkling demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he looked haggard and defeated. "Miss Granger," he said quietly. "Sirius, I believe we need to have a conversation." "I believe we do," Hermione replied, her voice steady despite the anger burning in her chest. "About memory modification, about mental manipulation, about the rights of the people you claim to protect." Dumbledore winced. "You must understand, the knowledge of your bond, if it spreads too widely, could put you in terrible danger." "The knowledge has already spread," Sirius interjected, showing him James's letter, "and trying to suppress it has only made it more conspicuous." Dumbledore read the letter with growing dismay. "They anticipated this scenario." "They anticipated you," Hermione said bluntly. "Your need to control, to manipulate, to make decisions for others without their consent, and they prepared accordingly. The memory modifications you performed tonight are already failing," Sirius added with satisfaction. "By morning, everyone will remember exactly what they saw, and they'll want to know why the great Albus Dumbledore tried to make them forget." Dumbledore sank into a chair beside Harry's bed, suddenly looking every one of his 100+ years. "I was trying to protect you, both of you. By violating our minds?" Hermione's voice rose slightly. "By erasing parts of our identity? By deciding what we should and shouldn't know about ourselves? You thought you knew better than we did about our own lives," Hermione finished. "You thought you had the right to manipulate us for what you decided was the greater good." "And look how well that's worked out," Sirius added sarcastically. "Harry's been having visions of Voldemort all year because you refuse to teach him occlumency properly. Hermione's been facing torture and assassination attempts without understanding the full extent of her protection. You've put them both at greater risk by keeping them ignorant." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his gaze moving between Harry's unconscious form and Hermione's determined face. "What would you have me do?" he asked finally. "Tell the truth," Hermione said simply. "All of it. No more secrets, no more manipulation, no more deciding what we can and can't handle. Harry and I are partners in this war, whether you like it or not. Start treating us as such." "And if I refuse?" Hermione felt the golden warmth in her chest flare with power. "Then the protection will continue to resist your interference. The bond will continue to evolve beyond your ability to control, and every attempt you make to manipulate us will backfire more spectacularly than the last." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to something that was barely more than a whisper, but carried the weight of absolute certainty. "We are not your pawns, Professor Dumbledore. We are not tools for you to use in your war. We are people with our own minds, our own choices, and our own power. Power that was given to us freely, by people who loved us enough to trust us with it. Power that came with its own safeguards against exactly this kind of manipulation," Sirius added, tapping James's letter. Dumbledore sat in silence for several minutes, the weight of his failures and miscalculations pressing down on him like a physical burden. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. "You're right," he said quietly. "I have been treating you as tools rather than people. I have been making decisions that weren't mine to make." He looked up at Hermione, his blue eyes dimmed with exhaustion. "The bond you share, the protection you carry, it's more sophisticated than I ever imagined, and my attempts to control it have only made it stronger, more resistant to outside interference." "Because it was designed that way," Hermione replied. "Your friends trusted you to guide us, not to control us. There's a difference." "Indeed there is." Dumbledore rose from his chair, moving to the window that looked out over the Hogwarts grounds. "Very well. No more secrets between us. No more manipulation or memory modification. You want the truth? All of it?" "All of it," Hermione confirmed. "Then you shall have it. But I warn you, some truths are heavier than others. Some knowledge comes with burdens you may not be ready to bear. We'll bear them together," Hermione said with quiet confidence. "That's what the bond is for. Sharing burdens too heavy for one person to carry alone." As dawn broke over Hogwarts, painting the hospital wing in shades of gold and amber, Harry began to stir in his bed. The artificial barriers Dumbledore had placed in his mind were crumbling, his memories of the connection he shared with Hermione returning with crystalline clarity. "Hermione," he whispered, his eyes finding hers immediately. "I'm here," she replied, taking his hand and feeling the familiar golden warmth flow between them. "I remember," Harry said, his voice growing stronger. "I remember everything, the bond, the protection, what it means." "Good," Hermione said simply, "because we have a lot to discuss, about the truth, about what's really been happening to us." "And about what happens next," Sirius added, his expression grim, "because after last night, after what the Ministry witnessed, the war is about to change dramatically." Dumbledore turned from the window, his expression resolute, despite his evident exhaustion. "Indeed it is. The time for secrecy is over. For better or worse, the world now knows that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger share a bond unlike anything seen in centuries." "Let them know," Hermione said firmly. "We're not hiding anymore. We're not pretending to be anything less than what we are." "And what are you?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Hermione looked at Harry, seeing her own determination reflected in his green eyes. "We're partners. We're the children Lily and James Potter died to protect, and we're going to finish what they started." The golden light that connected them flared brighter, no longer constrained by secrecy or manipulation. It was a promise made manifest, a bond forged in love and sacrifice, tempered by truth and trust, and strong enough to reshape the wizarding world. The greater good had demanded its price, but the cost had been paid by the wrong people for far too long. Now it was time for those who truly deserved to pay, those who dealt in manipulation and control rather than love and partnership, to face the consequences of their choices. The war was far from over, but for the first time since it began, the side of love and truth was fighting with all its weapons fully revealed, and that made all the difference in the world. Chapter 8. Unlikely Alliances. The beginning of 6th year at Hogwarts brought with it an atmosphere of barely contained tension that seemed to permeate every stone of the ancient castle. Students walked in groups, spoke in hushed voices, and jumped at shadows that might once have been dismissed as tricks of the light. The wizarding world had finally accepted what Harry and Hermione had been trying to tell them for years. Voldemort had returned, and the Second War had begun in earnest. But for those who knew how to look, there were signs of something else brewing beneath the surface of the obvious conflict. Unlikely partnerships were forming, old enmities were being set aside in the face of greater mysteries, and the truth about Hermione Granger's extraordinary protection was becoming impossible to ignore. Severus Snape had never imagined he would find himself working closely with Remus Lupin. Their history was too complicated, too stained with old grudges and bitter memories for easy cooperation. But as they sat in Snape's private study, surrounded by texts on protective magic and ancient bloodline enchantments, their shared dedication to understanding Lily Potter's final gift had created a bridge across decades of animosity. "The magical resonance is growing stronger," Lupin reported, setting down the parchment where he'd been tracking his observations of Harry and Hermione. "Yesterday, during Transfiguration, McGonagall assigned them to practice human transfiguration on separate subjects. The moment they began casting simultaneously, both spells became exponentially more powerful than they should have been." Snape nodded grimly. "I've observed similar phenomena in potions. When they work together, their magical output is not merely additive, it's transformative, as if the protection magic recognizes their partnership and amplifies their abilities accordingly." "Which explains why certain people are taking notice," Lupin said, gesturing toward the letter that had arrived by owl that morning. The elegant script and expensive parchment marked it as coming from one of the old pure-blood families, though its contents had surprised them both. Snape picked up the letter and read it aloud. "Professor Snape, I hope you will forgive my presumption in writing to you directly, but recent observations have led me to believe we may have mutual interests regarding Miss Hermione Granger and the unusual magical signature she carries. I would be grateful for the opportunity to discuss this matter in person, at your convenience. Yours sincerely, Narcissa Malfoy." "She recognizes something," Lupin said thoughtfully. "Something specific enough to risk reaching out to you." "Narcissa was a Black before she married Lucius," Snape mused. "The Black family has always been known for their expertise in protective magic and bloodline enchantments. If she's noticed something about Miss Granger, it means the protection is manifesting in ways that connect to ancient magical traditions," Lupin finished, "ways that trained pure-blood eyes can identify even when others cannot." Their conversation was interrupted by a soft knock at the study door. "Enter," Snape called, and was surprised to see Professor McGonagall step inside, her expression unusually troubled. "Gentlemen," she said without preamble, "I need to discuss Miss Granger with you." Snape and Lupin exchanged glances. "What about her?" Snape asked carefully. McGonagall settled into the chair across from them, her usual composed demeanor showing cracks of uncertainty. "Her magical development has become concerning. Not concerning in the sense of being dangerous, but concerning in that it defies every principle of magical education I've learned in 40 years of teaching." She withdrew a piece of parchment from her robes and placed it on the desk between them. "This is her latest Transfiguration essay. The theoretical work is brilliant, as always, but look at the practical demonstration she included." Snape examined the parchment and felt his eyebrows rise. Attached to the essay was a small, perfectly preserved flower, a rose that had clearly been transfigured from something else, but which showed none of the usual instabilities of student transfiguration work. "She created this during class?" he asked. "She transfigured it from a quill," McGonagall replied. "Not just any transfiguration, mind you, but a complete restructuring at the molecular level. The kind of work I would expect from a master-level transfiguration specialist, not a sixth-year student." Lupin leaned forward to examine the flower more closely. "And it's stable?" "Perfectly stable. I've been monitoring it for 3 days, and there's no sign of degradation or reversion. Whatever magical principle is driving her abilities, it's allowing her to perform feats that should be beyond her theoretical knowledge and practical experience." "It's the protection," Snape said with certainty. "The magic Lily wove around her is not just defensive. It's enhancing her natural abilities, allowing her to tap into knowledge and power that exists beyond her conscious understanding." McGonagall nodded slowly. "That's what I suspected. But Severus, if her magical development continues at this pace, she'll surpass most of our 7th-year students within months. And that kind of rapid advancement is going to be noticed by people beyond Hogwarts." "People like Narcissa Malfoy," Lupin said quietly, tapping the letter. "Among others," McGonagall agreed. "The Ministry has already begun receiving reports about unusual magical phenomena at Hogwarts. Students displaying abilities beyond their supposed skill level, protective magic manifesting during routine classroom exercises, and golden light being seen in corridors where no known spell should produce such effects. Snape felt a chill of apprehension. How many people are aware of the connection to Miss Granger? Too many, McGonagall replied grimly, and not all of them are friendly to our cause. Their discussion was interrupted by another knock, this one more urgent. Come in, Snape called, and the door opened to admit Professor Slughorn, looking unusually flustered. Severus, Minerva, Remus, he said, nodding to each in turn. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, but I've had the most extraordinary conversation with young Miss Granger, and I felt you should know about it immediately. What kind of conversation? McGonagall asked with evident concern. Slughorn settled his bulk into the remaining chair, mopping his brow with a silk handkerchief. She came to my office asking about advanced protection magic, specifically asking about techniques for anchoring protective spells in bloodlines. When I expressed surprise at her interest in such esoteric magic, she mentioned that her research had led her to believe someone had once used exactly such techniques on her behalf. The three professors exchanged meaningful glances. What did you tell her? Snape asked carefully. Well, I saw no harm in discussing the theoretical aspects, Slughorn replied. But as we talked, certain details emerged that brought back some very specific memories. He paused, his expression growing distant. I did teach such techniques, you see, years ago, to a brilliant student who was researching ways to protect her family from the growing darkness. Lily Potter, as she became. You taught Lily advanced protection magic? Lupin leaned forward intently. Oh, yes, Slughorn confirmed. Some of the most sophisticated magical theory I've ever encountered. She had questions about extending protective spells beyond their traditional boundaries, about anchoring them in bloodlines that existed only as potential. Dangerous work, I warned her. But she was determined to understand every aspect of it. And you believe she used what you taught her? McGonagall asked. I believe she used it, and improved upon it in ways I never thought possible, Slughorn replied. The magic Miss Granger described, magic that could reach across years to find its intended target, that could adapt and evolve over time, that goes far beyond anything I taught Lily. But the theoretical foundation, the basic principles, yes, those came from our private tutorials. Snape felt pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. Did Miss Granger mention anything else? Anything about her own experiences with this protection? Slughorn's expression grew troubled. She said the magic had been growing stronger lately, more noticeable. She mentioned that some of her classmates had begun commenting on unusual effects when she cast spells, and that she'd had several professors approach her with questions about her family background. Which professors? McGonagall asked sharply. She didn't say specifically, but... Slughorn hesitated, then continued reluctantly. She did mention that Professor Snape had been asking questions, and that she'd had some concerning interactions with students from other houses. Students who seemed unusually interested in her magical signature. Before anyone could respond, the study door burst open without ceremony. Draco Malfoy stumbled inside, his face pale and his left arm clutched against his chest. Behind him, looking both concerned and exasperated, came Harry Potter. Professor Snape, Harry said urgently, something's wrong with Draco. He was trying to... He stopped abruptly, noticing the assembled professors. Sorry, I didn't realize you were in a meeting. What happened to Mr. Malfoy? McGonagall asked, rising to examine the pale, shaking boy. I don't know, Harry replied, though his expression suggested he knew more than he was saying. We were in the corridor outside the room of requirement when he suddenly collapsed. He keeps saying something about a vow not working properly. Draco looked up at Snape with desperate eyes. Professor, I need to talk to you. Privately. It's about the task. About what I'm supposed to do. Snape's expression darkened with understanding. He'd suspected for months that Draco had been given an impossible mission, one designed to punish Lucius for his failures, rather than to achieve any strategic objective. "The rest of you should go," he said quietly. "This is a matter for Mr. Malfoy and myself to discuss alone." But as McGonagall, Lupin, and Slughorn prepared to leave, Draco spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. "It won't work on her," he said, staring at Harry with a mixture of fear and confusion. "The unbreakable vow. It can't target Granger. Every time I try to even think about what I'm supposed to do, the vow starts breaking down, like there's something protecting her that my magic can't get through." The professors froze. An unbreakable vow that couldn't hold because its target was protected by magic beyond its ability to comprehend. The implications were staggering. "Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall said carefully, "who did you make this vow with?" "My mother," Draco replied miserably. "And Bellatrix. They made me swear to complete the task the Dark Lord gave me. But when I try to focus on Granger, when I think about what I'm supposed to do to her, the vow starts tearing itself apart." Lupin stepped forward. "Draco, what exactly were you commanded to do to Miss Granger?" Draco looked around the room desperately, then seemed to make a decision. "I was supposed to find a way to capture her, to bring her to the Dark Lord alive, so he could study the protection she carries. But every time I even consider acting on those orders, I feel like the vow is going to kill me." "Because the protection recognizes the vow as a threat," Snape said with sudden understanding, "and it's actively working to prevent you from fulfilling it, even to the point of disrupting the magical bonds that hold the vow together." Harry, who had been listening with growing alarm, stepped closer to Draco. "Why are you telling us this? Why aren't you trying to complete your mission?" Draco laughed bitterly. "Because I can't, Potter. Don't you understand? The magic around Granger is so powerful, so absolute, that it won't even allow me to form the intent to harm her. And if I can't form the intent, I can't act on the vow, and if I can't act on the vow, you die," McGonagall finished quietly. "Unless," Slughorn interjected thoughtfully, "the protection itself prevents the vow from claiming your life. Which would mean Miss Granger's magic is not only defending her directly, but also preventing others from being harmed in the process of trying to harm her." The implications of this revelation settled over the room like a heavy blanket. Hermione's protection wasn't just defensive. It was actively working to prevent violence and coercion related to her person, even when that prevention might save the lives of those who meant her harm. "We need to find Miss Granger," McGonagall said firmly. "She needs to know about this immediately." "I'll get her," Harry said, already moving toward the door. "Wait," Snape called. "Mr. Potter, when you find her, bring her here immediately, and make sure you're not followed. If the protection is manifesting in ways that can disrupt unbreakable vows, there will be others who want to understand how it works." As Harry left to find Hermione, the remaining professors and Draco faced the uncomfortable reality that their understanding of the situation had just shifted dramatically. The protection Lily Potter had woven around Hermione was not just keeping her safe, it was actively reshaping the magical environment around her, preventing harm in ways that defied every known principle of defensive magic. 20 minutes later, Harry returned with Hermione in tow. She took one look at the assembled group and the pale, shaking Draco, and immediately understood that something significant had happened. "What's wrong?" she asked, moving to stand beside Harry with the unconscious grace that had become second nature to them both. "Mr. Malfoy has something to tell you," McGonagall said gently. "Something about his family's involvement in the current war, and about orders he was given regarding you specifically." Draco looked up at Hermione with an expression that mixed fear, guilt, and something that might have been relief. "I was supposed to capture you," he said quietly. "My mother and Bellatrix made me swear an unbreakable vow to complete a task for the Dark Lord. Part of that task involved bringing you to him alive, so he could study the protection magic you carry." Hermione felt Harry tense beside her, felt the familiar golden warmth flare protectively in her chest. But instead of anger, she found herself feeling something unexpected. Pity for the boy who had been forced into an impossible situation. "But you can't do it," she said with sudden understanding. "The protection won't let you." Draco nodded miserably. "Every time I try to even think about acting against you, the vow starts breaking down. It's like your magic recognizes the threat and actively works to prevent me from carrying it out." "More than that," Professor Slughorn added, "it appears to be preventing the vow from claiming your life as a result of your failure to act. Miss Granger's protection is actually keeping you alive, despite your inability to fulfill your oath." Hermione stared at Draco for a long moment, processing this information. "You're caught between an impossible vow and magic that won't let you fulfill it." "Essentially, yes," Draco replied. "Then we'll have to find another solution," Hermione said with characteristic determination. "Something that satisfies the letter of your vow without actually putting anyone in danger." The professors exchanged surprised glances. They had expected anger, fear, or at least suspicion from Hermione. Instead, she was already working on ways to help the boy who had just admitted to planning her capture. "Miss Granger," McGonagall said carefully, "are you certain you want to involve yourself in Mr. Malfoy's predicament? The risks exist whether I help him or not," Hermione interrupted. "If the vow kills him, Voldemort loses a potential source of information about Hogwarts and turns his attention to other methods of getting to me. If Draco finds a way to work around the protection, I'm in danger anyway. But if we can find a solution that keeps him alive while preventing him from actually completing his task, we gain an ally inside the Death Eater organization," Lupin finished with admiration. "Miss Granger, that's remarkably sophisticated strategic thinking. It's also remarkably dangerous," Snape pointed out. "If the Dark Lord suspects that Mr. Malfoy has been compromised, then we make sure he doesn't suspect," Hermione replied. "We give Draco information to report back, true information, but nothing that actually compromises our position, and we find ways for him to appear to be working toward his goal without actually achieving it." Harry squeezed her hand gently. "Are you sure about this? Trusting Draco is a big risk." Hermione looked at the pale, frightened boy who had spent 6 years as their adversary. "I don't think we have a choice. And besides—" She paused, feeling something shift in the golden warmth that surrounded her. "I think this is what the protection wants. Not just to keep me safe, but to prevent unnecessary death and suffering whenever possible." As if in response to her words, a faint golden glow began to emanate from her skin. But this time, instead of the usual defensive barrier, the light seemed to reach out toward Draco, surrounding him with the same warm, protective energy. "Extraordinary," Slughorn breathed. "The protection is extending to include him." "Because he's no longer a threat," Hermione realized. "The magic recognizes that he can't act against me, so it's treating him as someone to be protected rather than defended against." Draco stared at the golden light surrounding him with wonder and terror. "I can feel it," he whispered. "It's like being wrapped in safety. Like nothing can hurt me as long as I don't try to hurt you." "Which gives us the foundation for a solution," McGonagall said thoughtfully. "Mr. Malfoy reports back to his handlers that he's made progress in getting close to Miss Granger. Technically true, since the protection is now including him in its effects. But instead of being able to act against her, he becomes another person the magic works to protect. A double agent, whether he intended to be one or not," Lupin added with a slight smile. Over the following weeks, this unlikely alliance proved more valuable than any of them had anticipated. Draco provided intelligence about Death Eater activities. Narcissa Malfoy's letter led to a clandestine meeting where she revealed the ancient black family magic she recognized in Hermione's protection, and other professors began coming forward with their own observations about the increasingly visible manifestations of magical power around both Harry and Hermione. Professor Flitwick reported that their charms work had become so advanced that he'd run out of appropriate curriculum for them. Professor Sprout mentioned that plants in the greenhouse seemed to grow more vigorously when Hermione worked with them. Even Professor Binns, usually oblivious to anything happening in his classroom, had noticed that certain historical events seemed to resonate with unusual intensity when either Harry or Hermione were present. "The magic is no longer containable," McGonagall reported during one of their regular strategy meetings. "Whatever Lily Potter created, it's evolved beyond anything that can be hidden or dismissed." "Which presents both opportunities and dangers," Snape added grimly. "The more visible the protection becomes, the more attention it will draw from those who wish to exploit or destroy it." "But also the more allies it will attract," Hermione pointed out. "People like Professor Slughorn, who taught Harry's mother the techniques she used. People like Narcissa Malfoy, who recognized the ancient magic and chose to reach out rather than report it to Voldemort." It was true. The growing visibility of the protection had begun attracting unexpected support from throughout the wizarding world. Former students who remembered Lily Potter's brilliance, scholars who specialized in protective magic, even some ministry officials who recognized the strategic value of having such powerful defensive magic on their side. But it had also attracted darker attention. The first direct assault came during a routine potions lesson. Hermione was working with Harry on a complex healing draft when the classroom windows suddenly exploded inward. 3 figures in Death Eater masks apparated into the room, their wands already raised and spells crackling from their fingertips. "Granger!" one of them shouted. "You're coming with us!" But the moment their spells struck Hermione's protection, the golden light that erupted from her was so intense that it turned night into day throughout the castle. The Death Eater's spells not only failed to penetrate the barrier, they rebounded with such force that all 3 attackers were thrown backward through the broken windows. More remarkably, every student in the classroom found themselves surrounded by the same protective light. The magic had instantly extended to shield anyone who might be harmed by the attack, creating a zone of absolute safety that the Death Eaters couldn't penetrate. "Impossible!" one of the attackers snarled from where he lay, stunned in the courtyard below. "No protection magic is that strong." But it was, and everyone present knew it. The protection Lily Potter had woven around Hermione had become something unprecedented in magical history, a defensive system so sophisticated and powerful that it could shield dozens of people simultaneously while actively working to prevent violence and coercion. As the stunned Death Eaters were taken into custody by the rapidly arriving Aurors, Hermione found herself surrounded by classmates who were staring at her with expressions of awe and gratitude. "You saved us all," Neville said quietly. "Without even trying, you saved all of us." "It wasn't me," Hermione replied, though she was still glowing faintly with residual golden light. "It was the protection. It won't let innocent people be harmed if there's anything it can do to prevent it." Harry squeezed her hand gently. "Your mother would be proud," he said quietly. "Both of them would be proud." As word of the incident spread throughout the wizarding world, the last pretense of secrecy surrounding Hermione's protection finally crumbled. The Daily Prophet ran headlines about "the girl who cannot be harmed," while magical scholars debated the implications of defensive magic that could extend to protect entire groups of people. But in the quiet of Snape's study that evening, as the unlikely alliance of former enemies and concerned professors gathered to discuss what came next, the focus was not on the attention Hermione's abilities were attracting, but on what those abilities meant for the war ahead. "The protection is no longer just about keeping Miss Granger safe," Lupin observed. "It's become a rallying point, a symbol of hope for everyone who opposes Voldemort's vision of the future." "More than a symbol," McGonagall corrected. "It's become a weapon. Not a weapon that attacks, but one that creates zones of absolute safety, where darkness cannot touch." "Which is exactly what Lily intended," Narcissa Malfoy added from where she sat beside her son. Her defection to their side had surprised everyone, but her knowledge of ancient magical traditions had proved invaluable. The old magic, the kind that flows in bloodlines like mine and protects families for generations. It was always meant to be more than just individual defense. It was meant to create sanctuaries, places where love and loyalty could flourish despite the darkness around them. "And now?" Hermione asked. Narcissa smiled, and for the first time since they'd known her, the expression reached her eyes. "Now you carry that sanctuary with you wherever you go, you and Harry both. The magic recognizes your partnership and amplifies it, creating a space where those who stand with you cannot be touched by evil." As the meeting concluded and the various participants made their way back to their dormitories and quarters, Hermione and Harry found themselves alone in the corridor, surrounded by the familiar golden glow that had become as much a part of their lives as breathing. "It's all changing, isn't it?" Harry said quietly. "The war, our roles in it, what people expect from us." "Yes," Hermione agreed, "but maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe it's time for the war to be fought with protection instead of destruction, with hope instead of fear." "Together," Harry said, the word carrying the weight of promise. "Always together," Hermione replied. And as they walked through the halls of Hogwarts, leaving trails of golden light in their wake, both understood that they were no longer just students caught up in a war between good and evil. They were the living embodiment of the most powerful magic in existence. Love transformed into protection, sacrifice transformed into strength, and partnership transformed into an unbreakable force for good in a world that desperately needed it. The unlikely alliances formed around them would hold. The protection would continue to grow and evolve. And somewhere in the gathering darkness, those who dealt in fear and hatred were beginning to understand that they faced something far more dangerous than teenage wizards with powerful magic. They faced the complete antithesis of everything they represented. Love made manifest, protection made absolute, and hope made unbreakable. The war was entering its final phase, but for the first time since it began, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Chapter 9. The Breaking Point. The death of Albus Dumbledore changed everything, not just because the most powerful wizard of the age was gone, though his absence left a vacuum in the war effort that seemed impossible to fill. Not just because Harry Potter's greatest protector and guide had been murdered, though that loss cut deeper than any physical wound, but because with Dumbledore's death, the last barriers containing the truth about Hermione Granger's protection finally crumbled. In the weeks following the headmaster's funeral, as the wizarding world struggled to come to terms with their loss, those who had been closest to the secret began to understand the full scope of what had been hidden. Severus Snape, carrying the terrible burden of his role in Dumbledore's death, found himself the reluctant keeper of memories that revealed not just the protection's origins, but the extent of the manipulation that had surrounded it. The memory came to him 3 days after the funeral, rising unbidden as he sat in his dark office, contemplating the impossible task Voldemort had set before him. He was to find Lily Potter's protection magic, to understand it, and to find a way to turn it against the girl who carried it. But as the memory unfolded with crystal clarity, Snape realized that Voldemort had no idea what he was asking for. He was 17 again, standing in the shadows outside the potions classroom, where Lily Evans worked alone on some advanced project. She moved with the focused intensity that had always marked her magical work, her hands weaving complex patterns in the air while golden light responded to her will. "You can come in, Severus," she said without looking up. "I know you're there." He entered reluctantly, part of him still hoping she might forgive him for the terrible words he'd spoken in their 5th year. "What are you working on?" "Protection magic," she replied, finally looking up at him with eyes that held more sadness than anger. "Advanced techniques for anchoring protective spells in bloodlines. I've been researching it for months." "Why?" he asked, though part of him already knew. The war was escalating, and everyone understood that difficult choices lay ahead. Lily was quiet for a long moment, her gaze returning to the intricate spell work before her. Because I've seen what's coming, Severus. In dreams, in divination work I've been doing in secret. James and I won't survive this war. Lily. But our son will, she continued firmly, and he won't be alone. There's a girl, Severus, a brilliant, brave girl who will become the most important person in his world. She'll love him like a sister, stand between him and danger without hesitation, and be the anchor that keeps him from drowning in the darkness that surrounds his destiny. She gestured to the golden light swirling around her hands. This protection isn't just for Harry. It's for her, too. For the bond they'll share, for the strength they'll find in each other. And if you're wrong, Severus asked quietly, if your divination is incorrect. Lily's smile was sad but certain. Then Harry dies, alone and afraid, and a brilliant girl never lives to reach her potential. But I'm not wrong, Severus. I've seen her too clearly, seen what she means to his future. The magic will find her, and when it does, she'll understand what it means to be truly loved. The memory faded, leaving Snape alone with the crushing weight of understanding. Lily had known. She had seen Hermione Granger in prophetic dreams years before the girl's birth, had woven protection around her with the same fierce love she'd given her own son. And Dumbledore had kept this knowledge hidden, had manipulated both children's understanding of their bond, had treated them as pawns in his grand design rather than as the partners Lily had intended them to be. Snape made a decision that would have seemed impossible months earlier. He would honor Lily's true intentions, not Dumbledore's manipulations. When the time came, he would ensure Harry and Hermione understood exactly what they carried, exactly what they meant to each other, and exactly what they were capable of together. That opportunity came sooner than he expected. The 7th year had begun under the shadow of Voldemort's rise to power, with Hogwarts under the control of Death Eater appointees and most of the school's protections dismantled. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had not returned to school, instead embarking on the desperate mission Dumbledore had left them, hunting Horcruxes while hiding from a regime that had declared them fugitives. But even in hiding, even while constantly moving from place to place and trusting no one, the bond between Harry and Hermione continued to strengthen. Ron noticed it first, the way they seemed to communicate without words, the way Hermione could sense Harry's emotional state from across their temporary camps, the way Harry's protective instincts flared whenever Hermione was in even minor danger. "It's getting stronger," Ron said one evening, as they huddled around a meager fire in the Forest of Dean. "Whatever's between you two, it's more obvious every day." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, the golden glow that surrounded them when they were close becoming visible even to Ron's untrained eyes. "We know," Hermione said quietly. "I've been researching it, trying to understand what's happening to us." She pulled out a leather journal, not one of their school books, but something she'd acquired through careful inquiries in Diagon Alley. "This contains accounts of bonded magical partnerships throughout history. What we have, what we're becoming, it's not unheard of, but it's incredibly rare." "What kind of bond?" Ron asked, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely sure he wanted to know. "A partnership bond," Harry replied. "The kind that forms between two people whose magic recognizes each other as true companions. It creates shared strength, enhanced abilities when we work together, and emotional resonance," Hermione finished. "We can feel each other's fear, pain, joy. When one of us is in danger, the other knows immediately." Ron stared at them for a long moment, processing this information. "So you're like magically married or something?" "Not married," Hermione said quickly, though she felt heat rise to her cheeks. "Partners. The kind of bond that exists between people who are meant to face life's challenges together." "But it could become more," Harry said quietly, his eyes meeting hers across the firelight. "If we wanted it to. The magic wouldn't force anything, but it would support whatever relationship we chose to have." The conversation was interrupted by a sound that made all three teenagers reach for their wands. the distinctive crack of apparition, close enough that whoever had arrived was likely within the protective wards around their campsite. "Stay here," Harry said, rising and moving toward the source of the sound, but Hermione was already beside him, her hand finding his automatically. "Together," she said simply. They moved through the trees together, wands ready, the golden glow of their bond providing light in the winter darkness. What they found waiting for them was the last thing any of them had expected. Dobby the house elf, blooded and frantic, his usually bright demeanor replaced by desperate urgency. "Harry Potter, sir," he gasped. "Dobby has come to warn you. The Dark Lord has discovered where you are hiding." Before Harry could respond, before any of them could react, the forest around them erupted with the sounds of apparition. Death Eaters materialized from behind trees, their wands already casting spells designed to capture rather than kill. The fight was brief but desperate. Harry and Hermione moved together with the fluid grace of true partners, their magic amplifying each other's spells and creating barriers that should have been impossible for two teenagers to maintain. But they were outnumbered, and despite their enhanced abilities, they couldn't protect Ron and themselves simultaneously. Ron fell first, struck by a stunner that sent him crashing into a tree. Hermione screamed his name and started toward him, only to be caught by a binding spell that wrapped around her like invisible chains. "Hermione!" Harry lunged toward her, but more Death Eaters had arrived, and he found himself surrounded by raised wands and cruel laughter. "How touching," said a voice Harry recognized with a chill of terror. Bellatrix Lestrange, her wild hair and wilder eyes making her look more like a predator than a woman. The famous Harry Potter and his little mudblood companion. "You're both coming with us." The next few hours passed in a nightmare blur of side-along apparition and binding spells that grew tighter with every attempt to escape. When they finally stopped moving, when the disorientation of repeated apparition cleared, Harry found himself looking up at the imposing facade of Malfoy Manor. They were dragged through ornate halls and thrown into what had once been an elegant drawing room, but now served as an interrogation chamber. Narcissa Malfoy stood in one corner, her face pale and her hands clasped tightly before her. Lucius paced near the fireplace, looking haggard and desperate, and Bellatrix. Bellatrix looked at Hermione with an expression of pure, sadistic anticipation. "Well, well," she said, circling them like a predator sizing up prey. "The famous golden trio, finally in our hands. Though I notice one of your number is missing. No matter. We have the two that count." She stopped directly in front of Hermione, studying her with uncomfortable intensity. "You're the one, aren't you? The one who carries the protection magic that's been giving our Lord so much trouble." Hermione lifted her chin defiantly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Bellatrix laughed, the sound high and cruel. "Oh, but you do. You see, dear girl, I've been researching you, studying the reports of your impossible survival, your magical abilities that far exceed what any mudblood should possess. You carry something that doesn't belong to you." She withdrew her wand, pointing it directly at Hermione's chest. "And I'm going to find out exactly what that something is." Harry struggled against his bindings, panic flooding through him as he realized what Bellatrix intended. "Don't touch her." How precious, Bellatrix cooed. The boy who lived, so desperate to protect his little friend. "Tell me, Potter, can you feel it when she's in pain? Because you're about to find out." She turned back to Hermione, her wand steady and her expression eager. "Let's start with something simple, shall we? Crucio." The torture curse struck Hermione squarely in the chest, and for a moment Harry thought his heart would stop beating. He could feel her pain through their bond, could sense the agony that should have been tearing through her body, should have had her screaming on the floor in uncontrollable torment. Instead, something extraordinary happened. Golden light exploded from Hermione's skin, so bright and intense that everyone in the room had to shield their eyes. The Cruciatus curse struck that light and rebounded with tremendous force, slamming back into Bellatrix with all the power she had put into it. Bellatrix screamed, not with sadistic pleasure, but with genuine agony as her own torture curse tore through her body. She collapsed, convulsing on the marble floor, while the golden light around Hermione grew brighter still. "Impossible!" Lucius breathed, staring in horror at his sister-in-law's writhing form. "No one can reflect the Cruciatus curse. It's not possible." But it was happening before their eyes. Not only had the curse failed to affect Hermione, but its rebound had struck Bellatrix with such force that she appeared to be dying from her own magic. And still the golden light grew brighter. Harry felt the change through their bond, a shift in Hermione's magical signature that went beyond anything they had experienced before. The protection that had always surrounded her was evolving again, becoming something more active, more aware, more powerful than any defensive magic in recorded history. "Get away from her," Narcissa shouted, grabbing her husband's arm and pulling him back from the expanding sphere of golden light. "Can't you see what's happening? The magic is going to kill anyone who threatens her." As if in response to her words, the light pulsed outward, washing over the Death Eaters who had accompanied Bellatrix. Those who had hostile intentions toward Hermione collapsed immediately, overcome by magical backlash that left them unconscious and bleeding. But Narcissa, who had shown no aggressive intent, remained standing and unharmed. In the center of it all, Hermione stood like a goddess of vengeance, surrounded by power that made the very air shimmer with heat and energy. When she spoke, her voice carried harmonics that hadn't been there before, as if she were speaking with more than one voice. "I am protected by love that transcends death," she said, and Harry could hear echoes of Lily Potter's voice beneath her own. "I am anchored by sacrifice that reshaped the very foundations of magic. And I am connected to power that your Dark Lord will never understand." She turned to look at Harry, and he saw that her eyes were glowing with the same golden light that surrounded her. "Harry, can you hear her?" "Hear who?" he asked, though part of him already knew. "Your mother," Hermione replied, her voice still carrying those impossible harmonics. "She's here, Harry. She's always been here, in the magic that connects us." And suddenly, incredibly, Harry could hear her, Lily Potter's voice, speaking through the magical bond that linked him to Hermione, carried on currents of love and protection that death itself couldn't sever. "My brave boy," Lily's voice whispered through the golden light. "My beautiful children, you've grown so strong, so powerful, so perfectly suited to each other." Harry felt tears streaming down his face as his mother's presence surrounded him, as real and comforting as if she were physically there. "Mum, I'm so proud of you both," Lily continued, her voice growing stronger as the connection deepened. "You've found each other exactly as I knew you would. You've become the partners I dreamed you could be." The golden light pulsed again, and Harry felt the bindings holding him dissolve like mist. He stood and moved to Hermione's side, taking her glowing hand in his own. The moment they touched, the magical energy around them doubled, then tripled in intensity. The walls of Malfoy Manor began to crack under the pressure of so much concentrated power, and even Narcissa retreated to the far corner of the room. "What are they?" Lucius whispered in terror. "They are what love looks like when it refuses to be defeated," Narcissa replied quietly. "They are what Lily Potter died to create." As the magical maelstrom swirled around them, as Lily's voice continued to speak through their bond, Harry and Hermione began to understand the full scope of what they had become. Not just protected individuals, but living embodiments of the most powerful force in the magical world. Not just partners, but two halves of something that was greater than the sum of its parts. And in that understanding came power. Power to heal Bellatrix's self-inflicted injuries, demonstrating the protection's commitment to preserving life even when dealing with enemies. Power to extend their magical field to protect others, as they did when Order members began apparating into the manor in response to the magical disturbance they had caused. Power to see through Voldemort's deceptions and manipulations, as memories that weren't their own flooded through the connection to Lily's preserved consciousness. "He's coming," Hermione said suddenly, her eyes focusing on something beyond the physical room. Voldemort felt the magical surge. "He's on his way here." "Good," Harry replied, his voice carrying the same impossible certainty that had marked Hermione's words. It's time he understood what he's really facing. The Order members who had arrived, Kingsley, Tonks, and Lupin among them, stared in amazement at the two teenagers who stood at the center of a sphere of golden energy that pulsed with protective power. "Harry, Hermione," Lupin said carefully. "Are you all right?" "We're more than all right," Hermione replied, though she was still speaking with Lily's voice, echoing beneath her own. "We're finally complete." She gestured to the recovering Death Eaters, to the cracked walls, to the very air that still shimmered with residual magic. This is what happens when love refuses to be silenced. This is what happens when protection magic is given the freedom to be everything it was designed to be. "And this is what happens," Harry added, feeling Voldemort's presence growing closer with each passing second, "when the Dark Lord finally faces opponents who can match his power without becoming like him." As if summoned by his words, the drawing room's windows exploded inward in a shower of glass and dark magic. Lord Voldemort himself stepped through the wreckage, his red eyes blazing with fury and something that might have been fear. "Impossible," he hissed, staring at the golden light that surrounded Harry and Hermione. "What are you?" "We are what your mother never was," Hermione replied, Lily's voice speaking through her with perfect clarity. "We are love made manifest. We are protection that cannot be broken. And we are the end of everything you represent." Voldemort raised his wand, fury overtaking whatever caution had held him back. "You are children playing with magic beyond your understanding. Avada Kedavra!" The killing curse erupted from his wand in a stream of green light that should have ended both their lives instantly. Instead, it struck the golden barrier around them and simply stopped, held motionless in midair, neither advancing nor retreating, as if frozen in time. "Your magic cannot touch us," Harry said with quiet certainty. "It never could, and it never will. Because we carry something you threw away when you chose to split your soul, the power of love freely given and gladly accepted." He gestured to the suspended killing curse. "Your hatred has no power here." With a sound like breaking glass, the green light shattered into 1,000 fragments that dissolved harmlessly in the air. Voldemort staggered backward, his usually composed demeanor cracking as he faced something he couldn't understand or overcome. "This is impossible," he repeated. "No magic is absolute. Every protection has a weakness. Every defense can be overcome." "You're right," Hermione agreed, stepping forward with Lily's memories giving her perfect confidence. "Every protection does have a weakness. Every defense can be overcome." She smiled, and in that smile was all the love and sacrifice that had created the bond she shared with Harry. "But this isn't just protection, Tom Riddle. This isn't just defense. This is love triumphant, sacrifice vindicated, and partnership made perfect." "And that," Harry finished, moving to stand beside her, as the golden light around them pulsed with increasing intensity, "has no weakness you could ever exploit." The light exploded outward one final time, washing through Malfoy Manor and beyond, carrying healing and hope to everyone it touched. Death Eaters found their dark marks fading from their arms as the corrupted magic that bound them to Voldemort dissolved in the face of such pure, protective power. Order members felt their injuries healing, their magical reserves replenishing, their courage returning stronger than before. And Voldemort himself, standing at the center of a maelstrom of love and light that was everything he had rejected and destroyed, finally understood what he faced. Not just two powerful teenagers, not just the children of his greatest enemies, but the living embodiment of every choice he had refused to make, every path he had declined to walk, every possibility for redemption he had cast aside in his pursuit of immortality and power. They were his antithesis made manifest. and they were absolutely, utterly, inevitably going to destroy him. As the golden light finally began to fade, as the immediate crisis passed, and the various participants in the confrontation began to process what they had witnessed, Harry and Hermione found themselves standing in the ruins of what had been Malfoy Manor's drawing room, surrounded by allies and former enemies alike, all staring at them with expressions of awe and gratitude. "What happens now?" Kingsley asked quietly. Harry looked at Hermione, seeing his own understanding reflected in her eyes. They were no longer just Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, two students caught up in a war they hadn't chosen. They were something unprecedented in magical history, a bonded partnership that carried the power to heal as well as protect, to transform as well as defend. "Now," Hermione said, her voice her own once again, but carrying the confidence that came from understanding her true nature. "We finish what your mother started, Harry. We end this war not with more violence, but with something Voldemort will never understand. Love," Harry said simply. "Pure, unconditional, transformative love." And as they walked from the ruins of Malfoy Manor, their hands clasped and golden light trailing in their wake, both understood that the final confrontation was coming. But they would face it as they faced everything else. Together, protected by magic more powerful than death, guided by love more enduring than hatred. The breaking point had come and passed. What emerged from the wreckage was not broken, but perfectly, beautifully, unbreakably whole. Chapter 10. Legacy of Love. In the aftermath of the confrontation at Malfoy Manor, as the wizarding world struggled to process what they had witnessed, Hermione found herself in a state that was both exhausting and exhilarating. The golden light that had surrounded her during the battle had faded, but the connection to Lily Potter's consciousness remained, stronger now, clearer, more complete than anything she had ever experienced. She sat in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, Harry beside her, both of them still processing the magnitude of what had occurred. The other Order members moved around them with careful reverence, understanding that something fundamental had changed, but not yet grasping the full implications. "I can still hear her," Hermione said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your mother. She's not just echoing through the protection anymore. She's actively present, sharing memories I never knew existed." Harry took her hand, and the familiar golden warmth flared between them. But this time it carried something additional, a sense of completeness, of puzzle pieces finally sliding into perfect alignment. "What is she showing you?" he asked. Hermione closed her eyes, allowing herself to sink deeper into the connection. What she found there took her breath away. She was in Lily's mind, experiencing memories as if they were her own. But these weren't the fragmented glimpses she'd accessed before. These were complete, complex recollections that painted a picture of planning and sacrifice that spanned years. October 1979. Lily and James in their small flat, surrounded by books on divination and ancient magic. Lily's face was drawn with exhaustion, but her eyes blazed with determination. "Show me again," James said quietly, settling beside her on the sofa. Lily took his hands and closed her eyes, allowing the vision to surface. When she opened them again, they glowed with the faint, golden light that marked her most powerful divination work. "I see Harry at 11 years old," she said, her voice distant with prophecy. "Dark-haired, green eyes like mine, standing on a train platform. But he's not alone, James. There's a girl with him. Bushy brown hair, the brightest mind I've ever encountered. They're holding hands, and there's light between them. Golden light, like sunshine made into magic." "The same girl from your other visions." "The same girl," Lily confirmed. "But I can see more now. Her name is Hermione Granger. She'll be born to Muggles in September 1979, but she carries the old blood, the Dagworth Granger line, dormant for generations but still magically significant." James leaned forward intently. "And you're certain she's the one? The person who will stand beside Harry through everything that's coming? I'm certain, Lily replied. But James, it's more than just standing beside him. In the clearest visions, the ones that feel most true, they're not just friends or allies. They're partners in the deepest sense. Two people whose magic recognizes the other as an equal, whose strength comes not from individual power, but from their connection to each other. She gestured to the books scattered around them, texts on magical bonding and protective enchantments that she'd been studying for months. The protection I'm planning isn't just about keeping them alive through the immediate danger. It's about ensuring they find each other, understand their connection, and grow into the partnership they're meant to be. Even though she's not born yet. Lily smiled, and in that smile was all the love and certainty that would define her sacrifice. Especially because she's not born yet. The magic will lie dormant in her bloodline until she comes of age, then activate when she encounters Harry. It will guide them to each other, help them recognize their compatibility, and give them the strength they'll need to face whatever darkness lies ahead. The memory shifted, flowing forward to spring of 1980. James was hunched over genealogical charts, his handwriting covering dozens of parchments as he traced magical bloodlines through centuries of English history. "Here," he said excitedly, pointing to a name on one of the charts. "Hector Dagworth Granger, born 1642, died 1689. Squib who married a Muggle woman and settled in Surrey. Their descendants scattered across southern England, the magic growing dormant, but never quite disappearing." Lily looked over his shoulder, studying the family tree he'd painstakingly reconstructed. "And you're certain this is the right line?" "As certain as I can be," James replied. "The divination you've been doing points consistently to the Granger family, Richard and Jane Granger, both dentists, both carrying trace amounts of magical heritage they don't understand. When they have their daughter in September, she'll be the first fully magical child born to their line in over 3 centuries. Which is why the protection will be able to find her," Lily said with satisfaction. "The magic will recognize her bloodline and anchor itself there, waiting for the right moment to activate." She moved to the window, looking out at the London street where they'd built their brief, happy life together. "I've been refining the ritual, James, making sure it's not just about protection, but about connection. The magic I'm weaving won't just keep them safe, it will help them understand each other, trust each other, become the partners they're meant to be." "Partners," James repeated thoughtfully. "Not just friends?" "Friends first," Lily corrected. "Always friends first. The protection will ensure they develop a solid foundation of trust and affection before anything deeper emerges. But yes, eventually partners in every sense that matters. Magical, emotional, spiritual. Two people who complete each other." The memory shifted again to their final months in Godric's Hollow. Lily's belly was round with pregnancy, and both she and James moved with the careful awareness of people who knew their time was running short. "The ritual is ready," she told him one evening as they sat by the fire, Harry kicking vigorously against her ribs. "Everything is in place. The protection for Harry, the extended magic for Hermione, the bonds that will connect them when the time is right." "And you're certain this will work? Even if we don't survive?" Lily's hand moved to cover his, where it rested on her belly. "James, I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Harry will not face the darkness alone. Hermione will not grow up without understanding her true nature. They will find each other. They will recognize their connection, and they will be stronger together than either could be alone." "And Dumbledore? Will he understand what you've done?" Lily's expression grew troubled. "Albus will understand the mechanics of it, but I'm not certain he'll understand the purpose. His tendency to manage and manipulate. I've built safeguards into the magic, protections against that kind of interference. The bond between Harry and Hermione must develop naturally, must be based on genuine affection and trust rather than external pressure. What kind of safeguards? The kind that will make any attempt to control or manipulate their relationship backfire spectacularly, Lily said, with grim satisfaction. The magic recognizes coercion and responds poorly to it. James laughed, despite the gravity of their situation. Poor Albus. He's going to have quite a surprise when he tries to manage our son's destiny. Our children's destiny, Lily corrected gently, because that's what Hermione will be, James. Our daughter in every way that matters. The magic I'm weaving will recognize her as family, will treat her as if she were our own child. The final memory was the most painful and the most beautiful. October 31st, 1981. Lily in their small living room, the ritual circle perfect around her feet, golden light beginning to build as she spoke the words that would reshape the foundation of protective magic. For Harry James Potter, my son, my heart, she intoned, weaving magic with hands that glowed with power. I give you my life, my love, my absolute commitment to your safety and happiness. The light around her intensified, but instead of stopping there, instead of allowing the protection to anchor solely in Harry, she continued the incantation. For Hermione Jean Granger, daughter of my choice, sister to my son, she continued, her voice growing stronger, despite the magical energy pouring from her. I give you the same gift. My life, my love, my absolute commitment to your safety and happiness. Golden threads spun out from the ritual circle, one set wrapping around the sleeping infant in his crib, another set reaching across space and time to find a bloodline that existed only as potential, a girl who wouldn't be born for months, but who would someday be the most important person in Harry's world. Let them find each other, Lily whispered, as her strength began to fail. Let them understand their connection. Let them be the partners I have seen them become, equal, devoted, unbreakable. The ritual reached its crescendo, just as footsteps sounded on the front walk. Voldemort had arrived, and Lily's time had run out. But the magic was complete, the protection woven and anchored, the bonds established that would guide two children to each other across the years and help them become something unprecedented in magical history. Love wins, she said with her final breath before going to face the Dark Lord. Love always wins. Hermione opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face as the full scope of Lily's sacrifice became clear. Across from her, Harry was crying too, having shared every memory through their bond. She planned everything, Hermione whispered. Not just your protection, not just keeping us alive. She planned for us to be partners, to find in each other exactly what we'd need to face the darkness. She chose you, Harry said with wonder. Before you were even born, she chose you to be my... What? My sister? My partner? My equal? All of those things, Hermione replied, understanding flooding through her as Lily's intentions became crystal clear. She saw that you would need someone who understood you completely, who could stand beside you as an equal. And she saw that I would need someone who would love me unconditionally, who would see me as family. She gestured to the golden glow that surrounded them whenever they were close. The protection was designed to activate only when we developed genuine friendship, real trust and affection for each other. It couldn't be forced or manipulated. It had to grow naturally from who we are as people. Which is why Dumbledore's attempts to control it kept backfiring, Harry said with sudden understanding. The magic recognized his interference as a threat to our natural development. Exactly. Hermione felt the connection to Lily's consciousness pulse with approval. She built safeguards into the protection that would prevent anyone from using our bond for their own purposes. We had to choose each other freely, had to become friends, because we genuinely cared about each other, not because some adult decided it was strategically useful. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, processing the magnitude of what they had learned. Around them, the kitchen of Grimmauld Place had grown quiet as the other Order members sensed the importance of the conversation taking place. It was Severus Snape who finally broke the silence, emerging from the shadows where he had been standing unnoticed. "I failed her," he said quietly, his voice thick with guilt and self-recrimination. "I knew there was more to the protection than what Dumbledore revealed. I suspected Lily had done something unprecedented, but I allowed him to suppress your understanding of it, to manipulate your connection for his own purposes." Harry looked up at his former professor with something that might have been sympathy. "You couldn't have known the full extent of it. Even we didn't understand what we carried until now." "But I should have fought harder to uncover the truth," Snape insisted. "I should have trusted Lily's judgment instead of deferring to Dumbledore's manipulation. She chose you as partners, as equals, and I helped keep that choice hidden from you." Hermione felt a surge of compassion for the complex, damaged man who had loved her mother by choice with such devastating devotion. "Professor Snape, you preserved the memories that helped us understand. You kept Lily's journals, her research, her intentions. Without that, we might never have learned what she really planned for us. And you protected us in your own way," Harry added, "even when you didn't fully understand what you were protecting. Lily would understand that." As if in response to Harry's words, the golden light around them pulsed, and for a moment, just a moment, they all felt Lily's presence, warm, loving, and full of forgiveness for the man who had tried so hard to honor her memory despite his own pain. Over the following days, as news of the confrontation at Malfoy Manor spread throughout the wizarding world, Harry and Hermione began to understand just how much their lives had changed. The protection that had once been their secret was now impossible to hide. Every newspaper carried stories about their extraordinary display of power. Every magical scholar wanted to study their bond, and every person who opposed Voldemort looked to them with hope. But more than the external attention, they were dealing with internal changes that were even more profound. The ancient magic that surrounded them had begun healing psychological trauma they hadn't even realized they carried. Years of manipulation by well-meaning adults, wounds inflicted by those who saw them as tools rather than people, damage done by a world that had placed impossible expectations on their shoulders. "I feel different," Hermione told Harry one evening as they walked through the halls of Grimmauld Place, golden light trailing in their wake. Lighter somehow, as if burdens I didn't know I was carrying have been lifted away. "I know what you mean," Harry replied. "The anger I've been carrying about Dumbledore's manipulation, the resentment about being kept in the dark, it's fading. Not because I'm forgetting, but because I understand now why it happened and why it doesn't matter anymore." The protection is healing us, Hermione realized. Not just our physical injuries, but the emotional and psychological damage we've accumulated over the years. It was true. The magic Lily had woven was working to repair not just their bodies, but their minds and hearts, undoing the damage caused by manipulation, abandonment, and the terrible pressure of being child soldiers in an adult war. They were becoming not just more powerful, but more whole, more balanced, more capable of facing their destiny with clear hearts and minds. Meanwhile, Voldemort was discovering exactly how impossible it was to separate them or turn their bond against them. His first attempt came 3 days after Malfoy Manor. Death Eaters apparated into Diagon Alley during the day, targeting Hermione specifically, while Harry was elsewhere with Order business. The plan was simple: capture the girl, use her as leverage to force Harry into compliance. It failed spectacularly. The moment the Death Eaters raised their wands against Hermione, the protection activated with such force that every window in Diagon Alley shattered simultaneously. More dramatically, Harry, who had been miles away in the Ministry, apparated directly to her side with a sound like breaking thunder, his arrival announced by an explosion of golden light that sent the attackers fleeing in terror. "How did you do that?" Ron asked later, staring at his best friends with something between awe and concern. "You can't apparate inside the ministry. The wards prevent it." "The protection doesn't recognize artificial barriers when one of us is in danger," Hermione explained. "It will move heaven and earth to ensure we can reach each other when needed." The second attempt was more subtle, a series of dreams sent to Harry, visions designed to make him believe that his connection to Hermione was making him weak, making her a liability he needed to abandon for her own safety. But the dreams couldn't take hold. The protection that surrounded them both recognized the deception and prevented the false visions from gaining any psychological traction. Instead of driving them apart, Voldemort's attempted manipulation only strengthened their understanding of how precious their bond truly was. "He can't break what was forged in love," Harry said, with quiet certainty after the third failed attempt. "Every time he tries to separate us or turn us against each other, the magic just gets stronger." "Because that's what your mother designed it to do," Hermione replied, feeling Lily's consciousness stir approvingly within their shared connection. She knew that love, freely given and freely accepted, is the one force that can't be corrupted or destroyed. As autumn deepened into winter, as the war continued to rage around them, Harry and Hermione found themselves settling into their new understanding of what they were to each other. Not just friends, though friendship remained the foundation of everything between them. Not just magical partners, though their abilities continued to amplify each other in extraordinary ways. They were family in the truest sense, chosen siblings bound by magic and sacrifice, equals in a partnership that transcended every other relationship in their lives. "I love you," Harry said one evening, as they sat by the fire in Grimmauld Place, the words carrying none of the awkwardness that might once have accompanied such a declaration. "I love you too," Hermione replied without hesitation, understanding that the love between them was something pure and perfect, uncomplicated by romance or possession or need. "As partners," Harry clarified, though the clarification wasn't necessary. "As equals," Hermione agreed, "as two parts of something that works better together than either could alone." Around them, the golden light pulsed with warmth and approval, and within that light they both felt Lily's presence, proud, loving, complete in the knowledge that her sacrifice had created exactly what she'd intended. Her son would not face the darkness alone. Her chosen daughter would not grow up without understanding her true worth. They would stand together as partners, as equals, as two people whose love for each other was strong enough to reshape the world. In his distant stronghold, Voldemort raged against magic he couldn't understand, power he couldn't corrupt, love he had long ago abandoned the ability to comprehend. Every attempt to destroy the bond between Harry and Hermione only made it stronger. Every effort to separate them only brought them closer together. He was facing something that had never existed before in magical history, a partnership forged in sacrifice and tempered by genuine affection, protected by magic that recognized love as the most powerful force in existence. And slowly, inevitably, that partnership was preparing to end him once and for all. But they would do it together, as they did everything else. As partners, as equals, as living proof that love, freely given and gladly accepted, could triumph over any darkness. Lily Potter's legacy lived on in the two people she had loved enough to die for, and in their love for each other, a love that would soon transform the wizarding world forever. Chapter 11. The Power of Truth. The Battle of Hogwarts began at sunset, on a day that would be remembered as the turning point in the Second War against Voldemort. Harry and Hermione stood together on the castle grounds, surrounded by Order members, students who had stayed to fight, and various allies who had answered the call to defend the school where they had learned to understand magic, and each other. But this battle would be unlike any that had come before it. From the moment Hermione stepped onto the battlefield, golden light blazed around her like a second sun. The protection that had once been subtle, hidden, something that manifested only in times of direct threat, now burned visibly in the gathering darkness. Every person on the grounds could see it. Allies drew strength from its warmth, while Death Eaters approaching the castle lines faltered as they encountered magic more powerful than anything in their experience. "My God," Professor McGonagall whispered, staring at the girl who had once been her most academically focused student. "I can see it clearly now. The protection around her. It's like looking at concentrated starlight." "It's not just protection anymore," Kingsley Shacklebolt observed, his aura training allowing him to assess magical signatures with professional accuracy. "It's become something active, something that reaches out to shield others." He was right. As the battle commenced, as spells began flying across the grounds and Death Eaters pressed their attack, the golden light around Hermione expanded outward like ripples on a pond. Students who should have fallen to killing curses found themselves surrounded by barriers of pure energy that deflected the darkest magic. Order members who should have been overwhelmed by superior numbers discovered their own spells amplified, their defensive magic strengthened beyond normal limits. "Stay close to Granger," someone shouted across the battlefield. "The light protects everyone near her." Word spread quickly through the defenders' ranks, and soon Hermione found herself at the center of a moving zone of safety, where Death Eater spells simply couldn't penetrate. But more remarkable than the defensive capabilities was what happened when she and Harry worked together. Their first combined spell shattered the ancient stones of the Hogwarts entrance hall, not through destructive force, but through pure magical overload. When they cast shield charms together, the barriers extended to cover half the castle. When they attacked together, Death Eaters didn't just fall. They found their dark marks burning away from their arms as the corrupted magic that bound them to Voldemort dissolved in the face of such pure, protective power. "This is impossible," snarled Fenrir Greyback as he watched his pack of werewolves flee from the golden light that burned away their artificial bloodlust and restored their human reasoning. "No magic is this powerful." "You're wrong," Harry replied, his voice carrying across the battlefield with supernatural clarity. "Love is this powerful. Sacrifice is this powerful. And truth is the most powerful magic of all." As if in response to his words, the golden light pulsed outward again, and something extraordinary happened. Death Eaters who had been fighting with desperate fury began lowering their wands, staring at their arms where dark marks were fading like old scars. The magical compulsion that bound them to Voldemort's service was dissolving, leaving them free to choose their own actions for the first time in years. "I remember," whispered Regulus Lestrange, Bellatrix's younger brother, as he stumbled away from the battle line. "I remember who I was before he marked me. I remember why I wanted to fight against him." Other Death Eaters were experiencing similar revelations. The presence of protection magic so pure, so absolute, was acting like a cleansing force that burned away the corruption Voldemort had worked into their souls. Some fell to their knees weeping, others threw down their wands and fled. A few, those whose hearts had been too thoroughly poisoned by dark magic, simply collapsed as the conflicting forces tore them apart. "The Dark Lord will not be pleased," Narcissa Malfoy observed from where she stood with the defenders, having openly declared her allegiance after witnessing what the protection could accomplish. "The Dark Lord will not survive this," Hermione replied with quiet certainty, her voice carrying harmonics of Lily's consciousness. "This is what love looks like when it refuses to be defeated." As the battle raged through the night, as the forces of light and darkness clashed across the grounds of Hogwarts, it became increasingly clear that Voldemort was losing, not just because his followers were defecting or fleeing, though that was certainly part of it, not just because Harry and Hermione's combined power was overwhelming his Death Eaters, though that was also true. He was losing because the very foundations of his magic, fear, hatred, the domination of others through force, were being systematically dismantled by the presence of their antithesis. The turning point came when Nagini, Voldemort's final Horcrux, attempted to attack the group of students who had taken shelter near Hermione. The great serpent, enormous and deadly, and carrying a fragment of her master's soul, slithered through the rubble of the great hall with murder in her ancient eyes. She struck like lightning, fangs bared and venom ready to kill, only to recoil with a shriek of pain as she encountered the golden barrier around the students. "Impossible!" Voldemort's voice echoed across the battlefield, his red eyes blazing with fury as he witnessed his most precious Horcrux repelled by magic he couldn't understand. "Nagini, attack them!" But the serpent couldn't approach. Every time she tried to strike at anyone under the protection's influence, golden light flared around her scales and drove her back. More than that, the Horcrux fragment within her was being actively damaged by proximity to such pure magic, causing her to writhe in agony as the corrupted soul piece fought against the cleansing force. The protection repels Horcruxes, Harry realized with sudden understanding. It recognizes soul fragments as corruption and works to destroy them. "Which means," Hermione said, her eyes meeting his with shared understanding, "we don't need to hunt down the remaining Horcruxes. We just need to get close enough for the protection to destroy them." It was a revelation that changed everything. Instead of seeking out the hidden soul fragments through dangerous quests and deadly traps, they simply had to bring the cleansing power of Lily's protection into contact with Voldemort's corrupted magic. They started with Nagini. Working together, Harry and Hermione approached the writhing serpent with careful determination. The golden light around them intensified with each step, and Nagini's shrieks of pain grew more desperate as the Horcrux fragment within her began to dissolve. "Master!" she hissed in Parseltongue, her voice carrying tones of agony. "The light burns. The soul fragment is dying." "Then destroy the source!" Voldemort shrieked, apparating directly onto the battlefield in a swirl of dark robes and crackling magic. "Kill the girl. Kill them both." But as he raised his wand, as he prepared to cast the killing curse that had ended so many lives, something unprecedented happened. The spell wouldn't form. Voldemort's magic, fueled by hatred and fear and the desire to destroy, simply couldn't function in the presence of protection so pure and absolute. The killing curse flickered and died before it could even leave his wand, defeated by the simple existence of love made manifest. What is this?" he snarled, staring at his wand as if it had betrayed him. "This is what you threw away when you split your soul," Harry replied, stepping forward with Hermione at his side. "This is what you destroyed when you chose fear over love, hatred over compassion, domination over partnership." The golden light around them intensified, and Voldemort actually took a step backward, the first time in living memory that the Dark Lord had retreated from anything. "This is what my mother gave us," Hermione added, her voice carrying Lily's love and certainty. "The power you know not because it's hidden or secret, but because you made yourself incapable of understanding it." "Love," Harry said simply. "Pure, sacrificial, transformative love." Voldemort tried again to cast the killing curse, his fury overcoming his instinctive fear. But again the spell failed, this time rebounding with such force that he staggered, his own magic turned against him by the protective field that surrounded his greatest enemies. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice cracking with something that might have been fear. "I am the most powerful wizard alive. I am immortal. I cannot be defeated by children." "You're not being defeated by children," Hermione said gently, her compassion extending even to this twisted remnant of humanity. "You're being defeated by the choice you made long ago to reject everything that could have saved you." Around them, the battle had essentially stopped, as Death Eaters and Defenders alike watched the confrontation between absolute darkness and perfect light. Many were weeping, some from relief, others from the terrible beauty of witnessing love triumph over hate. "You could still choose differently," Harry offered, extending one hand toward the man who had defined his life through opposition. "The protection doesn't have to destroy you. It could heal you instead, if you were willing to let it." For a moment, just one moment, something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes that might have been the ghost of Tom Riddle, the boy who had once been capable of different choices. But then his face hardened, his features settling into the mask of hatred and pride that had defined him for decades. "I will not be healed," he snarled. "I will not be saved. I will not bow to the magic of sentiment and weakness." "Then you will be defeated by it," Hermione said sadly. The golden light pulsed outward one final time, washing over Voldemort with all the love and sacrifice and hope that had gone into its creation. For anyone else, anyone capable of redemption, it would have been healing and transformative. For Tom Riddle, who had destroyed his own capacity for love so thoroughly that only hatred remained, it was simply the end. He didn't scream. He didn't fight. He simply dissolved. The fragments of soul that had held his consciousness together for so long couldn't exist in the presence of such perfect love, and they unraveled like smoke in sunlight. Where the Dark Lord Voldemort had stood, there was only empty air, and the lingering scent of something long dead finally allowed to rest. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the sound of wands clattering to the ground as the remaining Death Eaters surrendered or fled. The war was over, ended not through violence or vengeance, but through the simple triumph of love over hate. As the golden light began to fade, as the immediate danger passed, and the protection settled back into its accustomed patterns around Harry and Hermione, the survivors began to emerge from their hiding places. Students who had sheltered in the room of requirement, teachers who had protected the younger children, Order members who had fought with courage they hadn't known they possessed. "Is it over?" Neville asked, his voice hoarse from shouting orders during the battle. "It's over," Harry confirmed, his hand finding Hermione's automatically. But even as the celebrations began, even as the wizarding world started to process the magnitude of what had occurred, there was one more revelation to come. Severus Snape emerged from the shadows of the Great Hall, bloodied and battered, but very much alive. He should have been dead. Nagini's attack should have killed him hours ago. But the proximity to Hermione's protection had somehow sustained him, keeping him alive long enough for the battle to end and proper healing to arrive. "The protection saved me," he said wonderingly, looking at Harry and Hermione with something approaching awe. "Even though I was never part of Lily's original plan, even though I had failed her in so many ways, the magic she wove recognized my connection to her memory and extended its influence to preserve my life. Because that's what love does," Hermione replied softly. "It saves everyone it can, even those who don't think they deserve saving." Snape knelt before them, his usual pride replaced by humility and gratitude. "I have spent years trying to honor her memory through service to her son. But you, both of you, you are the true legacy of Lily Potter. You are love made manifest, sacrifice transformed into hope." "We are what she made us," Harry said gently, helping his former professor to his feet. "But we're also what we chose to become. The protection gave us the foundation, but we built the partnership ourselves." As dawn broke over Hogwarts, painting the damaged castle in shades of gold and rose, Harry and Hermione stood together, surveying what they had accomplished. The war was over, Voldemort was defeated, and the wizarding world was free to build something better on the foundations of love rather than fear. "What happens now?" Hermione asked, her academic mind already beginning to consider the complexities of post-war reconstruction. "Now we heal," Harry replied. "The world, the people who were hurt by this war, ourselves." "Together," Hermione said, the word carrying the weight of promise and certainty. "Always together," Harry agreed. Around them, the golden light pulsed one final time, not in defense or attack, but in simple acknowledgement of a job well done. Lily Potter's legacy lived on in the two people she had loved enough to die for, in their love for each other, and in the transformed world they had created together. The power of truth had triumphed at last. Love had conquered hatred, and two children who had been shaped by sacrifice and protection had grown into partners capable of reshaping the world itself. The war was over, but the real work, the work of building a better future, was just beginning, and they would face it as they had faced everything else, together, protected by magic more powerful than death, guided by love more enduring than time itself. In the end, that was Lily Potter's true gift to the world, not just the protection of her son and chosen daughter, but the proof that love, freely given and gladly accepted, could triumph over any darkness. And in a world that had known too much hatred and fear, that proof was the most powerful magic of all. Chapter 12. Beyond the Veil of Secrets. The morning after Voldemort's defeat dawned clear and bright over the ruins of Hogwarts, painting the damaged castle walls in shades of gold that reminded everyone present of the light that had ended the war. Harry and Hermione stood together on the steps of the Great Hall, surveying the aftermath of the battle, not just the physical destruction, but the fundamental transformation of everything they had known. "It feels different," Hermione said quietly, her hand resting naturally in Harry's as it had since their bond had fully manifested. "Not just the castle, not just the war being over. Everything. The very air feels cleaner." Harry nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The oppressive weight that had hung over the wizarding world for years, the fear, the secrecy, the manipulation that had shaped so many lives, seemed to have lifted with Voldemort's death. For the first time since their childhood, they could breathe freely. But with that freedom came responsibility. "Professor McGonagall," Harry called as the deputy headmistress approached them, her expression mixing exhaustion with relief. "We need to talk. About Dumbledore, about what happened here, about what needs to change." McGonagall paused, studying their faces with the sharp perception that had made her such an effective teacher. "I wondered when this conversation would come. You've learned things, haven't you? Things that cast our former headmaster in a rather different light." "We've learned the truth," Hermione replied simply. "All of it. And we think it's time the rest of the wizarding world learned it too." Over the following days, as the immediate crisis of post-battle triage gave way to longer-term planning, Harry and Hermione began the delicate process of revealing what had been hidden for so long. It started with the people closest to them, Ron and the other Weasleys, Neville and Luna, the Order members who had fought beside them. The revelation of Dumbledore's manipulation, of his systematic concealment of Harry and Hermione's bond, of his attempts to control their relationship for strategic purposes, sent shockwaves through the community of people who had revered the late headmaster. "I can't believe it," Molly Weasley said, tears streaming down her face as she listened to Snape's detailed account of Dumbledore's mental manipulation attempts. "Albus was like a grandfather to you children. How could he treat you like pieces on a chessboard?" "Because he believed the end justified the means," Harry replied, his voice carrying no bitterness despite the magnitude of what had been done to them. "He thought he was protecting us, protecting everyone. But he lost sight of the fact that protection and control aren't the same thing. What he did was wrong," Hermione added gently. "But it doesn't erase the good he accomplished or the genuine love he had for all of us. It just means we need to do better going forward." One of the most difficult conversations was with Hermione's parents. Richard and Jane Granger sat in the rebuilt headmaster's office. McGonagall had insisted on transparency from the beginning of her tenure, listening with growing amazement as their daughter explained her true magical heritage and the protection that had shaped her entire life. "So you're saying," Richard said slowly, "that a woman we never met died to protect our daughter before Hermione was even born?" "Lily Potter saw me in divination dreams," Hermione confirmed. "She saw what I would mean to Harry's future, and she chose to include me in the protection she wove around him. In every way that matters, she was my mother too." Jane wiped tears from her eyes, reaching out to take her daughter's hand. "We always knew you were special, sweetheart. From the time you were small, you had this way of making broken things whole again, of bringing light to dark situations. We never understood why, but we always knew." "The magic recognized your love," Harry said quietly. The protection couldn't have anchored in Hermione if she hadn't been raised by people who loved her unconditionally. "What you gave her as parents made it possible for my mother's gift to take hold." It was a healing conversation, one that established new foundations of honesty and understanding between Hermione and the Muggles who had raised her with such devoted care. The broader wizarding community was more challenging to address. News of Dumbledore's manipulation, of the true extent of Harry and Hermione's bond, of the systematic concealment that had shaped the war, spread through magical Britain like wildfire. Some people were angry, feeling betrayed by a leader they had trusted. Others were defensive, unwilling to believe that their hero could have acted with such calculated deception. But gradually, as more details emerged, as Snape shared his memories publicly through the Pensieve, as other Order members came forward with their own observations of Dumbledore's secretive behavior, acceptance began to grow. "The important thing," McGonagall announced during a widely broadcast press conference, "is that we learn from these revelations rather than being paralyzed by them. Albus Dumbledore was a great wizard who made significant mistakes. We honor his memory best by acknowledging both his achievements and his failures, and by committing to do better." Under McGonagall's leadership, Hogwarts was rebuilt not just physically, but philosophically. Gone were the days of secrets and manipulation, of information hoarded by authority figures who believed they knew best. The new Hogwarts operated on principles of transparency, with students encouraged to ask questions, challenge assumptions, and understand the full context of what they were learning. "Magic is not something to be controlled or hoarded," McGonagall told the first class of post-war students. "It is something to be shared, understood, and used responsibly. The greatest magic comes not from individual power, but from partnership, cooperation, and love freely given." Harry and Hermione became central figures in this new educational philosophy. Their bond, once hidden and manipulated, became a teaching tool, proof that the most powerful magic emerged from genuine connection rather than domination or control. "Show them how it works," McGonagall suggested during one of their first guest lectures. "Let them see what true magical partnership looks like." So they did. Standing before a class of wide-eyed third years, Harry and Hermione demonstrated the magic they could create together. Shields that protected everyone in the room, healing spells that mended not just physical injuries, but emotional wounds, light that drove away fear and despair. "The key," Hermione explained, as golden energy flowed between her and Harry, "is that neither of us is trying to control the other. We're not using each other as tools or sources of power. We're genuinely working together, trusting each other completely, sharing our strengths to create something neither of us could achieve alone." "How do you do it?" asked a young Ravenclaw, her eyes bright with curiosity. "How do you trust someone that completely?" Harry and Hermione exchanged a look, the wordless communication that had become second nature to them. "Practice," Harry said simply. "Years of proving to each other that we're reliable, that we care more about each other's well-being than about our own advancement, that we can disagree without betraying each other." "And honesty," Hermione added. "Complete, sometimes uncomfortable honesty. No secrets, no manipulation, no trying to protect each other by withholding information. If you want real partnership, you have to be willing to be vulnerable." These lessons extended beyond Hogwarts. Throughout the wizarding world, people began recognizing the signs of magical manipulation, the subtle ways that authority figures had used secrecy and information control to maintain power. Victims of such manipulation, and there were many, began coming forward, seeking help and healing. Harry and Hermione found themselves at the center of a movement they hadn't expected to lead. People who had been manipulated by parents, teachers, employers, government officials began reaching out, asking for guidance in reclaiming their autonomy and understanding their own magical natures. "We can't help everyone directly," Hermione said during one of their planning sessions. "But we can create resources, establish principles, train others to recognize and counter manipulation." They established the Lily Potter Foundation for Magical Autonomy, an organization dedicated to helping victims of magical manipulation and preventing future abuse of power. The foundation operated on the same principles that governed Harry and Hermione's partnership: transparency, mutual respect, and the absolute conviction that every person had the right to understand and control their own magical destiny. "It's what she would have wanted," Harry said, as they reviewed applications for the Foundation's first round of grants. "My mother died to protect us from manipulation and control. This is how we honor that sacrifice, by extending that protection to everyone who needs it." The work was challenging but deeply fulfilling. They helped young people escape abusive magical families. They provided resources for victims of mind magic. They worked with the new Ministry administration to establish legal protections against magical coercion and manipulation. Through it all, their bond continued to deepen and evolve. What had begun as protection magic had transformed into something unprecedented in magical history, a true partnership of equals, each complementing the other's strengths, each supporting the other through challenges and growth. "I love you," Harry said one evening as they sat in their shared study, working through case files for the Foundation. "I love you too," Hermione replied without looking up from her notes, the words as natural and comfortable as breathing. It was a love that transcended categories, deeper than friendship, more enduring than romance, more complete than either could have imagined. They were partners in the truest sense, two people who had found in each other exactly what they needed to become their best selves. "Do you think," Harry asked, "that we would have found each other without the protection? Without my mother's intervention?" Hermione considered the question seriously. "I think we would have been friends eventually. We're naturally compatible in a lot of ways. But this," she gestured to the golden glow that surrounded them whenever they worked together. "This level of understanding, this depth of partnership, I think that came from Lily's gift." "Good," Harry said softly. "I'm glad she intervened. I can't imagine facing any of this without you." "You'll never have to," Hermione replied, reaching across the space between their desks to take his hand. "That's what the bond means. We're connected now in ways that go deeper than choice or circumstance. We're family." The ultimate validation of their work came from an unexpected source. McGonagall had been trying for months to activate the portrait of Albus Dumbledore that hung in the headmaster's office. Portrait magic was complicated, requiring the subject to have prepared properly before death, and the circumstances of Dumbledore's death had been unusual. But on a quiet afternoon in spring, nearly a year after Voldemort's defeat, the painted figure stirred to life. "Minerva," Dumbledore's portrait said, his voice carrying all the warmth and wisdom that had made him such a beloved figure, despite his flaws. "I see you've been making changes." "Necessary changes," McGonagall replied firmly. "Changes that should have been made years ago." Dumbledore's painted eyes moved to Harry and Hermione, who had been called to witness his awakening. "And you two, my greatest success, and my greatest failure, standing together as I always hoped you would." "Professor," Harry said carefully, "we need to talk." What followed was perhaps the most important conversation of Harry's life. Dumbledore's portrait, freed from the pressures and fears that had driven his living counterpart to manipulation and secrecy, was able to acknowledge his mistakes with the clarity that came from death and reflection. "I was wrong," he said simply. "I let my fear of losing you both drive me to actions that violated your autonomy and betrayed your trust. I treated you as tools rather than people, and I convinced myself that the greater good justified that treatment." "Why?" Hermione asked. "You loved us. We know that. So why did you think controlling us was acceptable?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his painted features reflecting the weight of decades of regret. Because I had been the one making the hard choices for so long that I forgot others were capable of making them too. Because I had seen so much loss, so much unnecessary death, that I became desperate to prevent any more. Because I was afraid that if I told you the truth, you might choose differently than I believed you should. But choice was always the point, Harry said. The protection my mother wove, the bond she created between Hermione and me, it was all based on choices freely made. Love freely given. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. That was my fundamental error, believing that I could improve upon Lily's perfect design by adding control and manipulation. The magic she created was already complete. It needed only to be allowed to develop naturally. "Can you forgive him?" Hermione asked Harry later, as they walked through the rebuilt corridors of Hogwarts. Harry considered the question. "I think I already have. Not because what he did was acceptable, but because holding on to anger about it only hurts us. He's gone, he can't make amends in any meaningful way, and we have more important things to focus on." "Like building something better," Hermione agreed. "Exactly." As the years passed, as their work with the Foundation expanded, and their understanding of their bond deepened, Harry and Hermione began to understand that they were witnessing the emergence of something entirely new in magical society, a generation that had grown up with transparency, partnership, and mutual respect as foundational values rather than afterthoughts. The children who learned at the new Hogwarts, who grew up knowing that the most powerful magic came from cooperation rather than domination, who understood that love and truth were strengths rather than vulnerabilities, began to reshape the wizarding world in ways both subtle and profound. "Look at them," Harry said one day, as they observed a group of students working together on a complex magical project. Instead of competing or trying to outshine each other, they were genuinely collaborating, each contributing their unique strengths to create something none could achieve alone. "It's working," Hermione said with satisfaction. "The new way of teaching, the emphasis on partnership and honesty, it's actually creating better witches and wizards." "It's creating better people," Harry corrected, "which is what really matters." Their own relationship continued to evolve as well. What had begun as magical protection had grown into friendship, then partnership, and eventually into something that transcended all conventional categories. They were soulmates in the truest sense. Two people whose lives were so intertwined, whose understanding of each other was so complete, that they functioned as a single, powerful unit while maintaining their individual identities. When they finally married, a small ceremony attended by family and close friends, the vows they spoke were unlike anything the wizarding world had heard before. "I take you not as my possession or my other half," Harry said, his voice carrying across the garden where they had chosen to hold the ceremony, "but as my equal partner in everything that matters. I promise to share my strength when you need it, and to accept your strength when I need it. I promise to trust you completely, and to be worthy of your trust in return." "I take you not to complete me," Hermione replied, her voice steady with certainty, "but to complement me in all the ways that make us both stronger. I promise to be honest even when it's difficult, to support your dreams even when they differ from mine, and to choose you every day for the rest of our lives." The golden light that surrounded them during the ceremony was visible to everyone present, a reminder of the magic that had brought them together, and the love that would keep them together through whatever challenges lay ahead. Years later, when they returned to Hogwarts as guest professors, Harry teaching defense against the dark arts with an emphasis on protection magic, Hermione teaching applied magical theory with a focus on ethical magical practice, they found the school transformed. The students who learned in their classrooms were confident, questioning, eager to understand not just what magic could do, but why it worked and how it should be used responsibly. They formed partnerships and friendships based on mutual respect rather than convenience or advantage. They challenged authority when necessary and trusted it when appropriate. "This is what the world looks like," Hermione told a class of 7th years, "when people are raised with love instead of fear, with truth instead of manipulation, with partnership instead of domination." "And this," Harry added, taking her hand so that the familiar golden glow surrounded them both, "is what magic looks like when it's used for its highest purpose. Not to control or harm, but to protect and heal and bring people together." On their final day as guest professors, they stood together in the classroom where they had first learned to understand their bond, looking out at faces bright with possibility and hope. "Any questions?" Hermione asked, as she always did at the end of her lectures. A young Gryffindor raised her hand. "Professor Granger, do you think everyone can find what you and Professor Potter have? That kind of partnership?" Hermione and Harry exchanged one of their wordless communications, 7 years of marriage and decades of partnership compressed into a single glance. "I think," Hermione said carefully, "that everyone can find some version of it. It might not look exactly like ours. It might be with friends or family or colleagues, or yes, romantic partners. But the principles are the same. Trust completely. Be honest even when it's hard. Choose love over fear. Support each other's growth instead of trying to control it. And remember," Harry added, "that the most powerful magic in the world isn't something you cast with a wand. It's something you create through the relationships you build and the way you choose to treat other people." As they prepared to leave Hogwarts that evening, McGonagall approached them with something that made both their hearts skip. "I have something to show you," she said, leading them to a corridor they hadn't visited in years. "Something that appeared after the final battle, but we've been waiting for the right moment to reveal it." What she showed them took their breath away. Hanging in a place of honor, in a frame that seemed to glow with its own inner light, was a portrait of Lily Potter. Not a painting commissioned after her death, but a true magical portrait that carried her consciousness, her memories, her love. "Hello, my darlings," Lily said, her voice carrying all the warmth and affection that had shaped the protection around them. "I've been waiting so long to talk to you properly." Harry felt tears streaming down his face as he looked at his mother, really looked at her, not just in memories or dreams, but as a living presence who could see him, speak to him, know him as the man he had become. "Mum," he whispered. "My beautiful boy," Lily replied, "and my brilliant daughter. Look at you both. Look at what you've become." "We had help," Hermione said, her own voice thick with emotion. "We had the most wonderful mother looking out for us." "I only gave you the foundation," Lily said. "You built everything else yourselves. The partnership, the love, the work you're doing to help others. That all came from who you chose to become." They talked for hours, catching up on years of separation, sharing stories and memories and dreams for the future. Lily told them about James, about their courtship and marriage, about the hopes they had harbored for their son's future. "We dreamed you would find someone to love," she told Harry, "but we never imagined you would find someone to partner with so completely. Hermione isn't just the love of your life. She's your perfect magical complement. And you," she said, turning to Hermione, "exceeded every vision I had of who you might become. I saw a brilliant girl who would stand beside my son. I never imagined you would become the woman who would reshape the entire wizarding world." "We did it together," Hermione said simply. "That's what you taught us, that we're stronger together than apart." "That's what love does," Lily agreed. "It multiplies strength instead of dividing it." As their time in the portrait gallery drew to a close, as they prepared to return to their own lives and their ongoing work with the foundation, Lily gave them her final blessing. "Be happy," she said simply. "Be kind to each other and to the world around you. Continue the work you've started, helping people understand that love is the most powerful force in existence, and that partnership built on trust and respect can overcome any darkness." "We will," Harry promised. "We love you," Hermione added. Both of you. James and Lily Potter, the parents who made all of this possible. And we love you, Lily replied. Our children, our legacy, our proof that love is indeed the most powerful magic of all. 25 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry and Hermione stood together in their Foundation's training center, watching a group of young, magical practitioners learn the principles of ethical partnership magic. The students were diverse, witches and wizards from dozens of countries, representing every blood status and magical tradition, united by their commitment to using magic responsibly and building relationships based on mutual respect. Ready for the next group? Harry asked, reviewing the applications they'd received from young people eager to learn protection magic. Always, Hermione replied, her hand finding his automatically after decades of shared work and partnership. They were older now, their hair touched with silver, their faces marked by years of laughter and dedication. But the golden glow that surrounded them whenever they worked together was as bright as ever, a reminder that the bond they shared had only grown stronger with time. Ladies and gentlemen, Hermione addressed the new class, her voice carrying the authority of experience and the warmth of genuine care. Welcome to the Lily Potter Foundation. Over the next year, you'll learn not just how to cast protection magic, but why it matters, how it works, and what it means to use power responsibly. You'll learn that the strongest magic comes not from individual ability, Harry continued, but from the connections we build with others. You'll discover that trust is more powerful than control, that honesty is more valuable than manipulation, and that love, freely given and gladly received, can literally reshape the world. As the class began, as these young people started their journey toward understanding the deepest principles of magical partnership, Harry and Hermione shared one of their wordless communications, a moment of perfect understanding that encompassed everything they had built together. They had come so far from the frightened children who had met on the Hogwarts Express all those years ago. They had survived war, overcome manipulation, defeated the darkest wizard in history, and helped rebuild the magical world on foundations of truth and partnership. But more than any of that, they had proved Lily Potter's greatest belief, that love, in all its forms, was indeed the most powerful magic in existence. And they had proved it not through grand gestures or dramatic speeches, but through the simple, daily choice to trust each other completely, to be honest even when it was difficult, to support each other's dreams and growth, and to face every challenge as true partners. As the sun set over the Foundation's training grounds, painting the sky in shades of gold that reminded them always of the light that had brought them together, Harry and Hermione prepared for another day of the work they loved most, helping others discover the magic of genuine partnership. They were no longer the protected children of prophecy and sacrifice. They were the protectors themselves now, guardians of a legacy that would outlive them both. And they faced that responsibility, as they faced everything else, exactly as Lily Potter had dreamed they would, together, as equals, as partners in the deepest and most magical sense of the word. The veil of secrets had been lifted at last. In its place stood something far more powerful, the simple, revolutionary truth that love, shared freely between equals, could indeed conquer any darkness and transform any world. It was Lily's final gift to them, and through them, to everyone who would learn that the most powerful magic of all was the magic of choosing to love and trust each other completely. The legacy would continue, the work would go on, and love would always, always find a way.